Hello, how is everyone doing? Hello, Eclipse Game. Hello, Raven. Okay. You know what's crazy? I'm on time. That's a rare one. I'm on time. I got everything, my water, my everything. I'm ready to watch some videos. You know what's disgusting? My water bottle tastes like instant noodles. That's horrendous. But yeah, pretty normal day. The plan is as usual. We're gonna watch a bunch of videos and suffer through that stuff. I think 16:10 was your normal time. Yeah. Well, not normal. Usually I start at for you 16 in this case, and for me 15. But yeah, usually 3 p.m. I'm just sometimes not on time because sometimes I'm just like rendering a video and it just takes ages. Let me do something real quick still. Perfect. And the fun part is I got all videos ready for today, which is also pretty nice. Usually I don't have that. Whoa. The bottle of water. Yeah. Pain. Anyways, it's time. Yeah, like I said, I added some meme compilations into this as well. Jack's films will absolutely hang me, but that's okay. I don't care. No, timeline show me you're live at 10 p.m. Yeah, for you that would be 10 p.m. That is correct. Man, yeah. I'm for some people I'm live really late, but this is the time. That's the only time frame I have. That's just usually how it is. I can't change that really. But yeah, my cat is complaining there's birds outside. He wants to eat them birds. Burbs! I feel like I'm not really, my model is not really positioned correctly, I feel like. Yeah, that's better. That's way better. That doesn't feel weird. But yeah, let me switch. Probably will. Yeah, that is back again. I hate it. What happened? Where's my, that's weird. Is it now back? Oh, it's back. Eating bird in front of me? How rude. Yeah, he wants to eat the birds. He always wants to eat the birds. When he gets when he sees bird, he wants to eat bird. I still feel like it's weirdly positioned if I sit in a certain way. I hate this. Wait. Okay, now that'll do. Maybe move myself a little bit over. There, that works. Hello, UMW. Hello, hi. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. I got some horrendous videos we're gonna watch. Let's just say that I got some horrendous videos we will be watching as usual. Man. Great suffering, I guess. But yeah, I think we'll just jump into the first video, and this one's gonna be very interesting. One's gonna be very, very interesting. I still have to check something real quick though. I always want to see if things work the way I want them to, because sometimes it does not. work the way I wanted. Age regression? This will be bad. Yes, it will be. Yes, it will be. It will be really bad, but I don't care. Man, okay. Okay. I think we can get into this, I think. Yeah, okay, so the first video. It will be bad. Like I said, it will be really, really bad. The horror of age regression by Royalty is here. Yeah, we all know where this is going. We all know whether we like it or not. This will be weird. This will be very weird. But yeah, let's get into it. Oh god, I'm not ready. I'm not ready at all. Is everything fine looks-wise? Does this look fine? Audio seems fine. Yeah, everything seems fine. That's perfect. Let's go.
Hello again, little piggies. Are you ready for your weekly highly nutritional slop? Suitable for those on a clean bulk, and even vegans. With 60 grams of protein and only 300 calories per serving, but is only suitable for the most intelligent of people. Let's be honest.
This will be awful. I can already tell from the editing that this is going to be very awful. Ricardo Vargas. Hello. Hi. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. I look great. I don't.
Honest at this point, this isn't even slop. Most of these videos is me documenting my trail through hell, researching certain topics and communities on the internet, and forcing you to experience the same hell I went through. Speaking of which, today's video is about a community and preference a lot of
I wonder what Royalty does to offset the mental torment that he goes through for like just searching up these videos, like the information on this stuff. Because he actively has to seek out that stuff. That sounds so awful. Man.
of people tend to look down upon, and generate the opinion of said participants in said community to be downright deplorable individuals. It's a community we all know exists, but tend to block out in our mind, with a lifetime supply of copium.
Hate for people in my comment section to call me a good girl. I wouldn't like it if they gave me uppies. And don't even think about giving me dino nuggies.
I am no longer a VTuber. I reject VTubing as a whole. I will no longer be a VTuber. This is horrendous. Why the freak's always ugly looking, true and real? I do not know. But it's always weird. Goddamn. This is weird.
Just want to be very clear about this. I want you to take this with a grain of salt. If you killed yourself in front of me, I would have no reaction.
I'm sorry, buddy. Time to face the hard reality. It's a thing. So wake up, remember the horrors of the internet, remember the leaked footage of James Charles nutting on cam, remember your crush laughing in your face when
James Charles beating his stick on camera? That's a new one. That's a new one.
they heard you liked her, and remember the numbers, Mason. What do they mean? Anyway, this video is going over the diaper wearing, pacifier wielding, and crib sleeping age regression community. Something that once again we all know occurs but choose to live in ignorance. But we're going to go over in this video what is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Maybe mark the first part of this. Is there any good that comes out of it? Maybe?
Wait. The good, the bad, and the ugly. There is no good. I didn't want to know that information. Me neither, but now we do. I think it is safe to say that that is a mental illness. That shouldn't even be a community. This should be treated. If there is a treatment, I feel like this is a mental illness. This should not be normal. What's up, Reinhardt? Really, Morik? I mean, I see the similarities. I see the similarities, I guess. Also, hi, how are you doing?
We'll just put a question mark right there for it. So obviously, viewer discretion is advised. It's not going to be as bad as 2 Girls 1 Cup or your average gore video on
He has mentioned 2 girls, 1 cup. Is Ginger a mental illness? Is naming yourself like a bird a mental illness, you freaking furry?
Twitter, but I still may as well warn you, because this does get rather explicit and distressing.
Hate for people in my comment section to call me a good girl.
So what is age regression, or in said community's lingo?
I will not call any woman ever a good girl. This will never happen. Ugh.
Being a little. Well, the online definition is a psychological phenomenon where an individual unconsciously and temporarily reverts to that of someone significantly younger, like a child or baby, and adopts the characteristics of said age
Yeah, it's a cool name for a furry.
group, which means using pacifiers, being extremely childish.
Isn't age regression? Yeah, Shadow Eclipse. It's like, isn't also a pacifier really bad for your teeth when you grow older? Maybe that's what I heard at least. I could be wrong though.
Spamming the N-word down the mic on Nuketown,
Everybody type in the chat, Alex is a stupid...
sleeping in cribs and committing war crimes.
The good old times of hearing the N-word in online games. The good old times. Is he playing on a fucking playground? Why do you want me to be a furry? You want to tell us something? You tell me. You tell me. 'Cause, you know, you name yourself Raven. You're also talking about birds. I guess you are a furry. Do you want to tell us something? A video about deer? Oh my god. Poor deer.
On the playground, and God forbid wearing adult diapers. And this is called, in the community, that person's little space. If you haven't got your left foot out the door already, just know if you don't leave the video now, the rest is about to get significantly worse. Most people, when they think of this community, think that it's a kink, very perverted and has some resemblance to the big P word. Yeah. And to be honest, I can see where people get that view, especially from the outside, because their activities are quite questionable, to the point where if you are outed to be interested in
The little space. Birds and the bees. The little space. I don't know, man. Sounds weird. The little space. So by your logic, you're Pokemon? No, I'm a slime. Also. Isn't it interesting? Because, this might also be used by somebody who likes the little children. Look at my little space. This is where I keep my little people.
in said topic, you probably won't be able to leave your house ever again, at least without getting ridiculed. And it's even worse if you are an influencer that has been outed.
A slime is not an animal. A furry is quite literally an anthropomorphic animal. Or at least it's supposed to resemble that. It was a good decision to call you a half-wit on Twitter.
To be into it. The plethora of creators that have been outed being into said subject is insane. There are so many creators that specialize in this subject. There might be people you know that are into this.
Specialize? Specialize? What, do they get a degree in age regression? What do you mean specialize?
Don't look at me. When I'm stressed, I choke my goose, listen to Childish Gambino in the shower with really cold water, take a nap, or just imagine David Goggins calling me a little bitch. Stay hard! I will not be filling a size
David Goggins does not need to do that for me. I do that for myself already.
12 adult diaper with my excrement. Thank you very much. But it's got to the point where people can't determine if fairies are worse.
Rawr. Rawr. Because I'm a doggy. Rawr.
Or this community. I know most of you f***ers just said both, but what are the activities of said community that warrant such a reaction? Well, to give you an unbiased look into the activities of this community,
Ever since I found out that there's Christian furries, my view on furries has been radically changed. There are based furries out there. Yeah, I'm shocked myself, but there are based furries out there.
you first need to take a deep breath, put your open mind hat on, and hold my hand. It's going to get very rough from here on out, and get extremely hard not to generate an opinion till I'm done talking. Well, the first activity you may think of when looking at age regression, do I have to say it? The NSFW side to it, the activities in the bedroom, which I said before is incriminating and borderline, you know, big P word, or at least
No, we are going that way already. We're 4 minutes in and we're going in straight up into this direction. The big P word.
that's what most people think when they think of this community. But wouldn't you be glad to know it's a misconception, as it's commonly thrown in with the other topic, age play, which is significantly more NSFW and involves acting younger than you are in an intimate setting, whereas age regression is a coping mechanism and is considered by most to be safe for work. Just don't partake of the hobby at work. I don't think your boss wants to see you in a size 12 diaper on your monitor screen. Except for that one person that keeps commenting on my videos, he's watching my videos at work. You can do it. You can do it. Because I genuinely hope you do eventually get...
People should never have kids. It should be banned. I don't know if that is a safe environment for a child.
fired, little bitch boy. But believe me, finding that out for the first time actually opened my eyes, as I thought this activity was almost entirely NSFW. I mean, it is still foreign to me, but it turns out these two are completely different things, with the only link being acting like a child. And the general consensus is it's safe for work, and doesn't mean you're a big P word. And if you partake in the community, it just means you either unconsciously or consciously revert to an age group with activities and characteristics that help bring you comfort, especially in stressful times. But speaking of which, this hobby often involves another person, a carer, or as mentioned in the community, a caregiver, a person who takes care of the person when they're in their little space.
So fucking weird. This is so fucking weird. Imagine you have a person that you live with, and at random times, when they're stressed out, they're gonna act like a little kid and you have to take care of them. This is so weird. You can never leave these people alone. What if that person starts to act like a little child on work because they're stressed out or something? That is so weird. Have these people considered therapy?
Not to laugh or anything, but doing research for this video, I came across a guide for being a caregiver, where the first step is to evaluate your own mental health. Come on, that's sort of funny. But this person will take care of them, and yet...
Do they have to change diapers too? Yes. Yes, they have. Well, I guess it depends on how far somebody age regression goes back. I don't think, like, somebody regresses back to a 12-year-old, fine, I guess. Cat! I see you! Stop trying to get something done from the cupboard. I see you. I will finish you. Oh, wait a minute. I'll be right back. Little kids, don't play with scissors. Man. Do not play with a scissor, cat. Let's continue.
Yes, change their diapers, sit with them, play childlike games with them.
There you got your answer. Yes, you do have to change diapers.
Spoon feed them, revisit childhood hobbies and activities, help them put on childlike clothes, and generally treat them like a child.
Car pictures IRL when? I don't think I can take. I don't have a car. I only have cats.
Till they want to come out of said comfort zone. Honestly, if you were a caregiver and had an actual child, I bet you'd be begging for nap time. That'd also be very confusing for the child. Somebody should do a study on that. But welcome to the future of the 2000s, and this is becoming less of a niche day by day. It's becoming more popular and becoming normalized on platforms like TikTok, where people actively speak about their experiences. But why do people turn to this community?
Can we normalize not normalizing weird shit? Please? Thank you? What am I watching? I'm watching a dude making research on people that randomly or not randomly start acting like toddlers.
Community and hobby. Well, the main reason people partake in this community and activity, as I mentioned before, is mainly down to two things: trauma and comfort. It is said that many people growing up experience traumatic events like abuse, neglect, and bullying, in which at that age they didn't know how to cope with it, and either become mentally scarred from that experience, or become stunted in growth in terms of...
I mean, it's getting cheated on a trauma if you then start working horrendous hours, like 90 hours work weeks or something. Would that be an idea? Because then, yes, I do have trauma. And I found a horrendous way to cope with it. Morning, everyone. Can I make a recommendation for the future? Sure, Marcus. Go right ahead.
of their emotional development. So in their adult years, they use age regression as a coping mechanism, maybe an age group where they were carefree and didn't experience said trauma, or the exact age group where they did experience such things. But as said, they
Did she just put herself in a cage like a heckin' dog? What have I stumbled upon? Pain and suffering, and weird kinks, and trauma responses and ways to cope. Yes, it is. Perfect. I'm traumatized.
They mainly use it as a form of comfort, as they have reduced responsibilities, and maybe because they are replicating a part in their life where they had no cares whatsoever. Many people tend to have their age regression trigger through copious amounts of stress, or reminders of their trauma, so they use it as a refuge to forget. Kind of like when we were kids and we had a rough day, we would play games like Minecraft to forget, and later as adults we replicate that when we go through like rough periods with things like a 2-week Minecraft phase. That is quite the stretch. Not saying they're exactly alike, but you get the point.
Fucking crying, bitch! Where? I don't wanna fucking hear it!
So, a lot of people dislike age regression, especially with no context. I mean, I gathered the context for this video, and I still am not 100% sold on.
It's just heckin' weird. Randy buys a bookshelf of Gumtree. Okay, that will be added to the reaction list. So that's the person that wanted to put a raven in a cage, remember that? Not in a cage, will be put in my basement. You already are there. You made that picture yourself. Minecraft is OG, true and real.
On it. But then again, I'm not a part of this community, and hopefully never will be. but people who take part in age regression, either voluntarily or involuntarily, have found homes sharing their experiences on platforms like Reddit and TikTok. Reddit where they have an entire subreddit for it, and TikTok where short videos going into depth on the subject are provided. Obviously with the occasional comment.
I want to effing rip my eyes, blend them up, throw it in a river, have an alligator eat it, and put it out, and then it gets burned. That's me with most royalties here videos. That's pretty much me with most of his videos. That's just the natural state for me. I want to look this video up, but I hate looking at people like that. Can't be as bad as Pampered Shoe. I don't guess. No. No, this doesn't seem. This video has nothing weird in it yet. Like nothing super weird. Just people who randomly act like children. So weird in quotes. There's no NSFW yet, but we still have 3 minutes to go. I think Pampered Shoe would like those people. Yeah, Pampered Shoe also likes little kids. That video has traumatized me. That Pampered Shoe video has traumatized me forever. The first diaperologist.
From someone that has been graced by the RNG gods and just had this thrown into their TikTok feed and obviously express extreme discomfort at what they just saw. Believe me, if one of these people uploaded this to Instagram Reels, there would be a lot more and worse comments.
This has 200. Does this actually have 200k replies? That's insane. Man.
Like it would unironically be the equivalent of an MW2 lobby in the early 2010s. But yeah, they do face a lot of backlash, mainly because not all of the people on the internet, mainly those consuming short-form content.
Which video did you react to? I want to look up the reaction. Oh god, I don't even know. I would need to look that up. Yeah, I can check it after we're done with this.
Content are not going to stop and think to themselves they need more information on this topic before providing a harsh comment. But they are going to provide a harsh comment anyway and move on. That's just the internet. They will not stay and listen to a person, given the reasoning this is a trauma response, but they will tell them to grow up. Nice pun. See what you did there. Or they'll just provide the commentary that this person has a mental health problem, in which they're actually not far off. But once again, this is the internet, and you can't really change that. This community is growing day by day, but people still are very uncomfortable to see this pop up on their feed. I think the creators within this community need to accept that when they upload this type of content, not everyone...
No shit, I would be uncomfortable with adults acting like this. No shit. Of course I would be uncomfortable. If I see somebody IRL acting like this, this man with the cap and pacifier is why public humiliation is a moral right. True. I don't know. If that is your way to cope, I think you could probably, you know, actually seek a therapist, maybe. I don't know if that helps. Bo Burnham never mentioned age regression is welcome to the internet. He needs to change that. Seems like it.
in the comments is going to support them. But there is a lot of support on the TikTok platform, having said that. But one thing I think we can all agree on is doing it in public. There are tips and tricks videos on how to do this in public, at least discreetly, and yes, many of the members do this in public and not in the safety of their own home. And once again, I think as long as they're not wearing an adult diaper and filling it in front of everyone else and making everyone uncomfortable, and the fact if you looked this person up and down and didn't know they were doing this and they didn't look like Caillou ready for a field trip, I think most people would be fine with this, because if they were doing everything I just described, it would be very uncomfortable to people in the public. Because once again, nobody's going to do the research like...
If you're shitting your diaper in public and you get it changed in public, I will nuke. I will nuke your ass out of existence. This is horrendous if you do this if you behave like that in public. I'm sorry. You need one too? Probably. Nah. I'll just work the pain away. I have questions as to why people actually support this kind of lifestyle. I don't know. Probably just like everything that's like weird. People just like go with it and run with it. Let people be the way they are. Kind of type situation. I guess.
Like I just had to. The horrors I have seen.
Your dick with the kung fu grip, stroke it back and forth to My Little Pony clips, bitch.
Now I'll be honest, seeing an adult go around in adult diapers with a pacifier is still unsightly and weird in my opinion. But as long as they're doing it in their own space and not doing it in public, making people feel uncomfortable, it is a slightly more bearable subject. Still weird to me, but bearable. It is essentially somebody using a coping mechanism to get past stress or trauma, and I didn't know that going into this video. But aren't you glad for this National Geographic show? Because you wouldn't know about the horrors of the internet and the meaning behind said subjects like this one. Thank me later, but we generally don't get to choose what happens to us in life, and if someone has a terrible experience as a child,
I can just say, do it in your own home, I guess. Just don't do it in public. I don't want to see it. Because this is way too weird.
which makes them find comfort in returning to that age group, I guess it is what it is. As long as they don't do it in a public setting and keep it to their own house or private environment, or at least scale it back in public to the point where it won't make other people uncomfortable. I don't really have a problem with it, but will return to my ignorance on the subject. Once again, please, for the love of God, do not go into public filling an adult diaper whilst actively taking a brisk walk.
Yeah, don't wear a diaper in public, thank you. Don't do that, please don't. Oh man. Imagine if these kinds of people actually got told off like parents due to their kids when they're babies. I imagine the temper tantrum. Because like, if they get told off, would they then also react to that according to their age? So like, if they said to their, in quotes, caregiver that they want an ice cream, and the caregiver says, no, you will not get an ice cream, will they throw a temper tantrum and cry? I'm just curious. But I guess it is what it is. It is what it is. Don't do it in public. Thank you. I already tried to be a good therapist, but you need more help. Nah. A therapist won't solve the issues that I have. Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. Man, let me drink something. Talking a lot is hard. It's hard. I don't think you'd be far off far off about the temper tantrums. Yeah. At least, I guess. Similarly to the, I mean, we already have adults that throw temper tantrums because they can't win an election. 4B, wink wink. What do I watch next? Let's watch a complete 180.
Hey, what's up, guys?
We're talking about our favorite black person on this channel, Johnny Somali. Johnny Somali is going to trial in Korea. He's finished by Ref Says Desu. a complete content 180, but I like to. Let's go. I'm curious what happened again.
Hey, what's up guys, Riff here. So today we got some big updates regarding the nuisance streamer Johnny Somali.
Yeah, big updates. Yes, beat his ass. True and real. There are actually a few age regressors on YouTube, if you can believe it. It's not just a TikTok thing. I assume so. I think they're everywhere. Like if you were to look like on like Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Blue Sky, horrendous app. It's like old Twitter. You probably find enough of these people everywhere.
So on the scale of effing around and finding out, Johnny Somali is currently entrenched on the finding out stage during his time at Korea. So as you can see, Legal Mindset here shares an article from Korea reporting that Johnny Somali has been indicted on a set of charges and is going to trial. And the specific set of charges he is facing...
Bro is going to prison! It's about damn time bro is going to prison. Well, maybe, we'll see. I do hope so. You know. Also the scale is like... The scale that the guy made is like different, right? The more you fuck around, the more you're gonna find out. And he's on a 10 find out and 10 fuck around stage right now.
Are actually quite serious because the evidence related to that is both public and very, very set in stone for him. It seems like he is absolutely cooked if this keeps moving forward. Now, before we get into the specifics with these updates, let's just talk about Johnny Somali recently, right? We know his stay in Korea has been a very messy one. He is right now on somewhat of an apology tour trying to save face, where he has shaved his head and tried to apologize for some...
He shaved his head. What are you, 4B? What are you? Did you shave your head because Donald Trump won? What is this? What kind of apology is that? Especially since you're a dude. Like, that doesn't say anything. Send this guy to the north. They don't want them either. They probably shoot him before he gets there. Did you go to IKEA? Huh? What do you mean, Zoom the Pie? I don't understand.
Some of the more offensive things he has done during his stay in Korea, but obviously nobody is buying that. And also, to give you an idea of just how quickly things fell apart for Johnny Somali, he was doing his normal routine in Korea once he arrived only about a month ago. You know, going around being annoying for content, but once he took it to the next level, things will never go back for him. And that involves his antics with comfort women statues where he was...
I haven't even seen that one. He doesn't even wear... He doesn't wear a shirt. Here. Ew. That's new information. I didn't even see this screenshot and clip. Apology tour when he disrespected Korean comfort women statues. Seems like it. He's not... He's just on a damage control tour, to be fair. I think he has apologized in, just regularly in English. He also has, he also apologized in Korean. But, like, yeah, he's not getting out of this. He has a very punchable face. Yeah, just to drag my hand across his face, you know? Just gently push my hand into his face. Forget Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson. We need Johnny Somali versus Mike Tyson. I have to say, that fight was absolutely pathetic. That's all I can say. Like, I'm sad for the people that just paid to see this fight. It was absolute. This was just sad to watch. Of course, he goes to jail because he's blah. Never mind.
Groping, dancing on, and kissing these statues, which is so offensive that it caused national outrage. And a lot of people started following him on his streams, finding him whenever he would go live, and they started beating him up to the point where Johnny Somali tried to leave the country, but was denied by Korean law enforcement because he is under investigation for a long series of charges, including offenses related to drug possession as well as assault. And these specific charges that he might actually face are quite serious in Korea.
Oh, it's not just drug possession, right? It's not just drug possession. As far as I understand, if they catch you and they find out that you have drugs in your blood, you're already done. They treat their drug laws very harshly. Very harshly.
Korea and could land him with 10 plus years in jail. Now, there's also another subset of potential charges people have been talking about over the past couple of days. So Johnny Somali made a deepfake of a Korean streamer named Bong Bong. So they had done some streams together, but
What? I mean, I know that's big over there, right? I know that, but you're also added to that? Why do you know so much about drug laws? I just saw a tweet. That's it. I just saw a tweet. That's also new information. Because remember, Korea has a huge problem with deep AI deepfakes. To the point where they even do it with school girls. Because remember, South Korea is where South Korea's men are very, very, very Let's just say that when people say that we have like misogynists here, the misogynists in quotes here in the West are like a 0.5 out of 10. Literally, it is horrendous. It is absolutely horrendous. There, they hate, for example, pregnant women. Like, I'm not kidding. We have proof they hate pregnant women. Simply on the basis that she's pregnant and has slept with another guy. South Korea is very weird. There's some streamers that are offensive live in some Asian that are offensive. Live in some Asian countries, like for Japan, for example. Yeah. He was also in Japan. They just threw him out. The law enforcement feels like very incompetent in Japan though, because that should have happened in Japan already.
Johnny Somali thought it was a good idea to post several AI generated videos, including one where he was making out with this streamer. And as you can see in the corner here, you can see the watermark of the AI tool that he was using to make this. And the individual, the Bong Bong streamer, has dropped the potential lawsuit that she was threatening to raise against Johnny Somali, but that doesn't really matter because what he did is a criminal offense in South Korea. As you can see from Reuters here, this is a very big deal in South Korea. Deepfakes are taken very seriously. In fact, they can carry up to 3 years in jail.
Another one. Hate pregnant women. Well, their birth rate doesn't lie. It starts to the more I find out about Korean men, the more the birth rate starts to make sense. Like, it's also financial reasons. Let's not deny that. Korean men and women can't afford children. Like, it's even worse than it is here in the West. From what I've heard. Yeah, and they stream themselves and annoy people in Japan. Yeah, that's what nuisance streamers do. Remember Logan Paul, who did similar things? Yeah.
Jail and a $30 million won fine, about $22,000. They take this stuff very seriously, and this is just one of the infinite potential charges Johnny Somali could be facing, and all of this stuff, by the way, is recorded, and it's publicly available because he streams everything that he is doing. However, this is the biggest update. Like I said, Legal Mindset shares this article, and we'll hear from him later in this video about some of the specifics of the charges he is facing. But this is an article from the Xunyang Daily. Okay, they say this: Johnny Somali to face trial over convenience store outburst. Johnny Somali, a US streamer known for his offensive online antics, will face trial for creating a commotion in a convenience store. The Seoul Western District Prosecutor's Office said Tuesday that the streamer, whose legal name is Ramzi Khalid Ismail, was indicted without detention, charged with obstruction of business. The police handed over the streamer to the prosecution Wednesday. Now, this is very interesting. So to make
Interesting. 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 I think I saw that clip though. Is that a clip where he also threw noodles at people? I could be wrong though. That is the second time he did that. That's why South Korean, Japan, and China population in decline, because most young adults don't want to have kids. I think the reasons for Japan are a lot more different than the reasons for example, Korea. And like China is at their own fault because they had like that like one child or two child policy, and now they have way more old people than young people. They all share the same issue, but the reasons as to why that issue has occurred are different. I saw Logan kissing a boxing opponent. I thought I could tell deepfakes apart, but that got me before I looked in the comments. That's wild. That's wild. Or are they talking about Jake Paul? Because Logan doesn't box, I think. Or does he?
make things clear in the legal process here, some people are saying he's like guilty already. He's going to jail. He's been found guilty on whatever charge. That's not happened yet. It's likely to happen down the road. But right now, Johnny Somali has been indicted, which means these charges were proposed.
Lord, make this happen. It would be so funny. Please make it happen. Thank you.
To the prosecutor's office, they accepted them, and they have now indicted Johnny Somali with these charges. And the one that he is facing is actually very interesting. It wasn't the drug possession or the alleged assaults or the deepfakes or anything like that. It was a convenience store disruption that he caused. Now, this is the actual clip. We have shown this before when we were just covering his general antics in Korea.
Oh, so I have seen it. Oh, so I've already seen this in this case. The clip. Interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting, I would say. So I have seen this. So this is the clip where he threw, like, noodles at people. I can't tell Jake and Logan apart. They are the same person to me. Oh, you can definitely tell them apart. Well, it doesn't seem like that. I think Jake is the more mature brother out of these two. China already said that they allowed people to have 3 kids, but it didn't work anyway. Yeah, because if you condition a society to not have kids, guess what? It takes time to uncondition a society to have kids again. That's why we also here in the West have less and less children, because we have conditioned society to have less children. Now, it is also hugely expensive to have children. But, I forgot my point. I forgot my point. Anyways, It is expensive to have children, but again, we have also conditioned, especially women, to not have children. Mature, I think we have a different definition of mature. I think due to the fact that he is a boxer in quotes, I do think that he acts a little more mature. I've not heard as many controversies around Jake Paul that I've heard around Logan Paul. Because that whole Lunchley situation was embarrassing.
Yeah. But basically, he went to a convenience store in South Korea. Oh my God. There's copyrighted music, by the way. I have to mute this just so YouTube itself doesn't bonk me. But basically, Johnny Smalley goes into a convenience store where, very importantly, early on, he is asked to leave by the convenience store owners. But instead, Johnny Smalley plays loud music. He starts dumping ramen all over the table. He throws ramen at people, starts dancing around, annoying the customers, doing all sorts of things. You can see right here, throwing ramen at people, right? Being an absolute menace. Doing something that could easily be described as, what's the phrase I'm looking for? Obstructing a business. And this is a very serious thing. It may not sound serious to you, but in South Korea, this charge can carry a lot of time in jail and some big fines that we'll get into in just a second. But to further collaborate or corroborate what we're talking about here.
But we have the video. Bro is in this case pretty much cooked. We have the video. I consider both of them childish. They are both childish, but I think Logan is the more childish one. By a lot.
Here. Believe it or not, Johnny Somali actually has a TikTok account, which is kind of surprising. It's pretty much the only platform he has left at this point. He's been banned on Kick. He's been banned on multiple accounts on YouTube. He's banned on multiple accounts on Twitter. But he does have this TikTok, Johnny Somali here, where recently he uploaded this video. Again, I'm muting because of copyright. But Johnny Somali here, he is standing in front of the U.S. Embassy in Seoul, and he is flashing his passport. Now, here's something very interesting. All of my United States viewers probably already made this observation, but for those who don't know, there's something off about that U.S. passport of his. Why is that? Well, if you're from the United States and you have a passport, you are likely aware that your passport is blue. It's like a navy blue color. And his passport, obviously, is not that color. It is purple. So that tells people...
Interesting. Interesting. I didn't know that. Great. Now I can spot fake passports from the United States. Awesome. Mr. Beast allegations are insane. For his dog pack 404 exposed him. Then the Mr. Beast game Amazon lawsuit. I think you cannot tell me that there isn't a lot of shady things happening in the background around Mr. Beast. You cannot tell me that. First rule of doing a crime: don't film a video, dumbass. Yep. Don't film yourself committing a crime. And if you do, good riddance.
People like me that Johnny Somali had his passport taken away, at least temporarily, by the South Korean authorities. And then he was issued this new passport through South Korea. So that tells us that he has actually been taken in and had his passport taken away, which is something that is very serious. That doesn't just happen to Joe Schmo tourists walking down the street. They are very seriously treating Johnny Somali. He is not just some nuisance streamer. He is someone being treated very seriously by the government and by law enforcement. So let's now focus on some of the quotes from Legal Mindset here. If you don't know, he is an attorney who covers many different legal issues. And I'll put a link.
Yeah, Legal Mindset also likes to, what's the word? Look at cases for VTubers also. Very interesting here and there. I think bro might genuinely be cooked. I think he might be cooked. Imagine Johnny got in jail in North Korea. He'll be dead right now. If he did this in North Korea, it would have been like the first offense. He would have been in jail. Let's be honest, bro would have been gone immediately.
Link to this video, and you can check out his channel if you want to as well. I highly recommend it. But he's going to tell us a little bit about the specific law that Johnny Somali violated and what he's being indicted for. So let's listen to what Legal Mindset had to say.
But let's read 314. This is what he's charged with. Interference with a business. A person who interferes with a business of another by the method of Article 313, that's the former article, so we'll read that one in a second, or by the threat of force, and we're going to get into what threat of force means, shall be punished by imprisonment for not more than 5 years or by a fine not exceeding 15 million won. By the way, whenever there's a fine exceeding 3 million won, you can be deported.
So as Legal Mindset, his chat, and I'm sure most of you watching this video would say about that possibility of being deported, no, you keep Johnny Somali. We don't want him, especially in the United States.
We don't want him. True. And you better not be in Germany, thank you. Put him in jail for 5 years. Bye-bye, bro.
Keep him away. Being deported is the only win that Johnny Somali could possibly have at this point. That is his only winning option. His only winning hand at this point is to be deported.
We don't want him here in Europe either. You can... It's very simple. You can have him back and put him in your jail. I don't care.
Because he is stuck in Korea right now, and he is being tacked on with charges already, and there's already an infinite branch of potential charges he could also face as a result of his publicly documented actions in Korea. So nobody wants to see Johnny Somali deported at this point. It's a get out of jail free card for him, quite literally speaking as well. But you can also see here that Johnny Somali could face up to 5 years for his convenience store outburst. That stuff, like I said, obstruction or interference with business is a big deal, and it's a potential long jail sentence for Johnny Somali.
Yeah, we're gonna spray him with holy water if he comes here. Next.
And I think that is very hilarious. Like I said, of all the wrongdoings Johnny Somali did, who would have thought his little annoying convenience store outburst would be the one that seems like it is concrete, right? Because looking back at the clip we watched just a couple of minutes ago, I mean, everything looks so clear, right? He's being a nuisance. He is obstructing the business. But as Legal Mindset points out, there's this phrase here, threat of force. And that's going to be really important. And he would...
Just imagine going to jail. Just imagine going to jail for throwing noodles at people. Wonderful. Wonderful. The media said that Nintendo, like, powered lawsuit $65,700 in damages, but they didn't say they'll shut down Power World. I don't know if it is good news or not. They wanna have Power World not released fully. They don't want it. Because Power World is in what state? Beta, alpha? I don't know. But yeah, they're not supposed to release it fully. That's how I understood it.
Also mentioned that during his time in Korea and also just through his connections, he has talked with a lot of people who are not only familiar and work with the Korean legal system, but also people who are just generally knowledgeable of how these things work. And he's going to describe how important this threat of force language is under the statute.
This right here, threat of force, has been used for people obstructing businesses in a wide category of things. So essentially, as soon as they tell you to leave and you do not leave, as soon as they tell you, hey, you need to leave the store, according to what I understand, if you do not leave, if you're obstructing the business, if you're ignoring them, you're ignoring what they're telling you, you can get hit with obstruction of business.
And what does that sound like? That sounds like what Johnny Somali was doing in that convenience store. Like I said, it's very easy to...
I think this idiot might be genuinely cooked. Please don't deport him. Please no, put him in jail. He'll learn once he's in jail. If I went to jail, I wouldn't survive. I hate boredom. At least give me a notebook and pen. You're in my basement. I didn't give you a notebook and pen. Where did you get that from? I'm gonna take that away from you.
Describe his pattern of behavior in that store. He was obstructing the business. He was being a nuisance. He was bothering customers after he was told to leave many times. And he is someone who falls right under some of these looser definitions of threat of force, as pointed out here.
Right? So this has been used successfully against things like, for example, protests. So, or things against people that are boycotting, but they're inside the store causing a commotion. So they're obstructing the business in a broad sense. They don't have to be violent and assault anyone. They just have to essentially not comply with your directions, with the directions of the business owner, the employee, right? And they can be hit with this. So understand this is something that can be used more broadly. And it has been used with people that were nonviolent, that were just in the business, right? Causing a commotion, causing a scene, and not following instructions to get out.
So that is very, very significant. I mean, based on that loose interpretation that the Korean legal system has used for threat of force, Johnny Somali just checked that off. And
He did. He annoyed customers. He was told to leave. He caused the mess. Yeah, I think that's how they're gonna get him. I think that's how they're gonna get him. You gave it to me. He's a OG. I'll slap that man. He's giving notebooks and pens to my victims, to my basement slaves. How dare he?
the fact that they charged him with that specific charge is very, very important to pay attention to. They basically picked what appears to be a slam dunk. Something that is going to likely succeed if it goes to trial, which it appears it is going to trial. So Johnny Somali is really finding out. Because just like any other legal system, if you're going to charge someone, you want to charge something that's going to stick. You're not going to just charge Johnny Somali with 50,000 loose charges. You want to pick something that he is unlikely to wiggle away from. And likely he's also going to be working with a public defender. Like, I doubt he's going to hire his own defense attorney in Korea or has even the ability or the means to do so. So he is going to be facing a very uphill battle on a set of charges that he looks dead in the water.
Bro is actually finally cooked. Imagine that. They definitely have his ass in this case, because we have it on camera, caught in 4K. You better wish it wasn't a death note. I'll be safe. You can't spell.
Water on. He looks dead in the water with this stuff. And I want to add one more thing before we go here. It appears that Johnny Somali, through what appears to be Discord messages, is claiming.
Johnny Somali says he's filing charges against the legal mindset. Also, why is this freak calling himself Somali Epstein? Check his hard drive. Check his hard drive now.
He's filing charges on legal mindset now. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, he is flipping the script and saying that legal mindset needs to worry about the charge he's filing against him. Wow, that is very interesting stuff coming from Johnny Somali. Yeah, it's going to be pretty hard to press charges and to file a lawsuit. I should say file a lawsuit here against legal mindset while he is quite literally facing trial for his own criminal actions, or alleged criminal actions at this point. He's going to be facing some bigger things. So this is just another empty threat from Johnny Somali. I mean, we can add legal mindset to the list of people Johnny Somali has threatened with a
Bro is allegedly being charged. Allegedly. Always need to say allegedly. The audacity. I don't see any issue. It's true. I even can correct you now on Twitter.
lawsuit, including Dexerto, PewDiePie, among many others at this point, I'm very sure. But again, to really bring this home, I mean, to think, this is going to be his undoing potentially in Korea and for his nuisance streaming career. He just couldn't leave people alone. And I think of all the things, he's done a lot of terrible things, but for this to be the downfall, the potential downfall of Johnny Somali is really poetic. It's poetic. You know, just the definition of a nuisance streamer goes into public in a foreign area and is annoying and just disrupts everyone's day. And if this is what brings him in, that is poetic, like I said.
Rush just emptying his cup on the table
And if he
then
thinks
throwing
he's having
the shit out of the window. Imagine spelling bastard 2 times wrong. Imagine that. Couldn't be me.
a hard time, by the way, having a hard time walking the streets, a free
That's 3 times.
man in Korea right now as a tourist, wait till he goes into jail potentially. Do you think he's going to do very well? This is a man who is not only a foreigner.
This is not a man. This is a little bitch. This is not a man.
Who would be in a foreign prison system, which is already a lot of trouble for someone in a situation like that. But this is someone who's there because he is openly disrespecting the culture. That is going to be a brutal, brutal experience if he ends up there. And honestly, again, just like anyone observing what's going on here, nobody feels sorry for this dude. He has reaped what he has sown for a very long time. And we're just going to have to wait and see what happens next with this trial that has been...
You saw the chick that just walked in and then immediately walked out. It's like, I've seen enough, I gotta leave.
Indicated. And if we have any updates, of course, you're going to hear it from me. But anyways, that's going to do it for this video. I hope you guys enjoyed. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topic.
My thoughts are very simple. Straight to jail. Straight to jail. Bye-bye. Good riddance. You had your chance, right? But it's over. Allegedly. It's over. So yeah, have fun in prison. Potentially. Please don't deport him. Afid, you know what I mean? No, I don't. You haven't spelled it correctly. I do not know what you mean. I'm a bastard? A bastard? A bastard? He's banned from Europe. In my opinion. Yeah, he's banned. It's over. We decided that it is over. Man, this guy is special, very special, I have to say. What are we gonna watch? We're gonna watch this one. We're gonna watch this one.
Have you ever
I rarely watch Charlie. I rarely watch his videos, but this is a first. This is a first. Rich people morning routine videos need to stop. We'll see. We'll see what he says. We'll see what this is about. Let's see.
Have you ever wondered why you're not a millionaire right now? Well, the reason's pretty simple. It's because you don't have the right morning routine.
Why am I not a millionaire? Good question. With my work ethic, I should be a millionaire. Ah, maybe because there's no reason for me to achieve that even. Of choice, I have a rich person's morning routine. Maybe I have that, actually.
Routine. You haven't optimized your day to day like all the other rich people in the world have. It's the only thing holding you back. All you have to do is follow what countless YouTubers have shown you for their morning routines, and you're guaranteed millions of dollars.
Interesting. Interesting. My routine is very simple, right? My day is very optimized. I wake up, I work, I go to bed. The optimal day.
I've clowned on rich people morning routine videos for years, and I will continue to do so forever because for some reason these fucking things are still popular. And it's always just the same garbage regurgitated over and over again like it's 2 girls, 1 cup. Get up at 4.
Man, that is the second time I've heard 2 girls, 1 cup in one stream. It's enough. I don't need to hear it again. Please.
a.m. You gotta be ready to grind. You gotta start your day while everyone else is sleeping. While they're snoozing, catching Z's, you're catching W's. 4 a.m. when even the Sandman is slumbering. You're doing 100 push-ups, then you drink a raw egg smoothie, then brush your teeth using coal instead of toothpaste, and rub powderized rhino horn on your nipples. And then like 50 other steps that take like 5 hours, and then by like 9 a.m. after
No maidens for you. Only fuckboys for you.
you've done everything imaginable, like it's a triathlon, then you start to maybe think about doing something productive. It's all just nonsense. Almost every single time these videos are just there to promote products. Usually they're sponsored videos, and they are always pushing a wide array of things that you'll never need. It's just because they get a kickback for it, for like supplements or skin creams or
Yeah. What I notice is usually like with these like morning routine video and like be more productive videos, whatever. They're usually linked to any product, so to some product placement, whether it be protein powder, whatever it is, any lifestyle product usually. That was a good comeback. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Unlike most men who won't come back to you.
hair shit, grooming shit. It's never like authentic. And today I want to show you one that I just saw from a YouTuber named Alex Costa, whose video is titled "The Morning Routine That Made Me Millions." So it leads people to believe that if they follow this, they might be able to start making some millions too, just because they're following this successful person's routine. I want to pop a quick addendum.
What was that? That was just like a compilation of different scenes and pictures. What? That made no sense. Yeah, I just gotta watch videos like this and I'm gonna get rich.
Here, a little free pro tip. He's in New York for this. And making $1 million in New York is like making $20 anywhere else in the country. 1 million clams in New York gets you maybe a 1-bedroom apartment with 100 rats for roommates. So I'd wager a guess Alex Costa didn't make his millions through this morning routine in New York. And far be it from me to question the expert here, but I don't think the morning routine was what was necessarily getting him all of that money.
Also, it's like, remember, most of these people that act like they're rich, for example, those clothes chicks that just like show off clothes, they usually order these and then send them back. Yeah, moist critical. Yep. That's usually what they do, and they do it for a lot of other things as well. They usually just buy them and then send them back. That's pretty much it. Also, hello, Cat. Hi, how are you doing? I'm simple. When I see a man with long hair and beard, I think of Jesus. Well, we don't know if Jesus looked like that, though. "7 a.m. Those are rookie numbers. These are rookie numbers. What do you mean 7 a.m.? I'm already up at 5 or 6 or 4. Or I don't sleep at all. What do you mean? 7 ain't that early.
Hey Google, play my AC morning playlist.
I didn't even realize I had the video set to 2x speed until right now when I was watching it back, and I thought to myself, something's gone awry here. The music sounds like Stardew Valley if it was sped up. And then I went back to the video and realized I had set it to 2x speed. I don't even know when I did that. I must have just got real bored when I watched it the first time. Anyway, though, everything so far is just so normal. He gets up at 7.
7 is like really normal. 7 is really normal, I have to say. That's actually way too late. I think. I get up at 5, 6, or 4 in the morning, and bro gets up at 7. Guess I have to specifically wake up at 7 to be a millionaire. I don't care, I think of Jesus. Maybe. Just like when I hear the name Raven, I think of rude women. I bet the people that pretend to be rich have zirconium pants. What is that? Enlighten me.
7 o'clock, that's like a reasonable time to get up. He splashes some water on his face, he puts on some deodorant, he makes the bed. Super simple stuff. At the very least, to Alex Costa's credit, he's not doing something over the top and ridiculous like, I get up at 5 a.m. and the first thing I do is I drive my monster truck through a fucking brick wall just to feel alive and start my day.
I wake up at 5 a.m. It means I wake early up. Then okay, but when do you go to bed? When do you go to bed? Zirconium are fake diamonds. Okay. Guess I learn something new every single day. Also, exactly 10 minutes. Moist critical? What is that? Charlie, what are you doing?
Get used to seeing Forte.
So 21 to 23, somewhere like that. I go to bed at 24 or 0. So it doesn't matter if you wake up earlier, because I sleep less. Damn, I sleep less than Raven.
Hey, there's a lot of those products here, interestingly enough. Maybe in order to be a millionaire, you gotta start getting Forte products, I think is the message it's trying to get across, as well as a perfectly positioned power crunch bar. But the keen eye, the astute observers may have noticed something fishy when it zoomed in on the power crunch bar. I actually don't think you would have seen this because I have it set to 2x speed when I was recording it. But when I watched it at normal speed, you can see the clock on his iPad actually says 12:43.
Caught in 4K. That's the wrong time. That's not a good thing. It's a bad thing. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. It doesn't. We dying at 30 with heart failure from all the stress. It doesn't matter. Yeah, she's calling me D-Luke. Because Raven is evil.
So he's just full of shit here that he's working by 7:30 a.m. That's a load of horseradish. Now, to give him the benefit of the doubt, perhaps it's all just a dramatic recreation of his morning routine. So for the sake of filming it, he didn't actually do his normal morning routine for this. He helped elevate it with the filming. But normally he's working at 7:30 a.m. Or, to go even further, Maybe he's just telling us about the routine that made him millions, and now that he's made millions, he doesn't follow this shit at all. Now he gets up at...
You look like D-Luke, what can I say? True and real. Or Reinhardt from ReZero, that could also work. According to Marek. So you have 7 years left. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. About 7 years. Possibly. Potentially. Maybe even less. We'll see. We'll see what kills me first.
12 o'clock, stumbles out of bed, morning wood, maybe busts a load into the toilet, and then starts his day kind of whenever he wants. That's certainly possible too. The big thing to remember when
busting a load in the toilet, that's oddly specific. That is very oddly specific.
Watching these videos is they're mainly there to sell you on something, either the products that are presented in them, this one is literally sponsored by something called Whoop, or they're there to sell you on an idea that they've made hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars through this routine, and you can too if you follow it and follow them. And in this case, it's both. It aims to do both. I would like for a really honest rich person routine to come out at some point, like just some fucking absurdly wealthy person's like, hey, here's my my daily routine. I wake up covered in shit and puke after last night's ayahuasca bender.
By that time, I've already worked out. And it would almost certainly be still be almost dark, at least I possibly around most places, I would assume.
Once again, it's not the time that he says it is.
Thank you, Cat. Appreciate it. You're nice, unlike some other woman in this chat.
It's not 8:20 a.m., it's 1:28 p.m.
And there we have the ad, right there. Right there, the sponsor. There it is.
There's like a whole minute worth of Whoop sponsored section, and I'm pretty sure that was the reason this video got made in the first place, is because Whoop wanted an ad slot with him, so he thought he'd just throw out a fucking morning routine video, and then he could also just cram it with products out the wazoo for like Forte and the meal prep plan and all of that. It's not a morning routine video. He is making a commercial, and people really think that this is what he does day to day. Forte is his brand. It's his products.
Bro, he's acting like a workaholic, but he does not understand the workaholic grind. He does not understand the workaholic grind said. This video still doesn't show me how to get rich. Apparently not. You gotta do everything he does, right? You even gotta get the products that he's advertising.
A shock to nobody. I'm sure you could kind of pick up on that. I'm sure you were able to sniff that out, considering every fucking square inch of this video has some kind of Forte placement in it.
I'm watching. I'm not watching a morning routine. I'm actually watching an ad. Horrendous. Stop sounding edgy. I am edgy.
Thank heavens I had this video in 2x speed. I would hate for anyone to go through the agonizing, excruciating torture of watching all of that at normal speed, because it's literally like a minute and 30 all about him just putting Forte in his hair and beard and all of that. I still really don't understand why people actually like morning routine videos. You don't get anything valuable out of it. You're watching a guy just take a shower and put shit in his hair and beard, his own products, to try and sell you on it. Like, what did you learn there? Hygiene? Like, do hygiene in the morning? Like, that's a good idea? If you're an adult that has to watch a morning routine YouTube video to be taught that good hygiene is important, you're already fucked.
True, it's also like, what's the word? Why do you exactly watch this? Like, sure, if you come across this, like, and you see it, like, one time, sure. But, like, there's 4.1 million people subscribed to this man, okay? And I assume that this isn't the first morning routine video. That's my assumption. Good morning. How are you today? I'm doing pretty alright. I'm doing alright. How are you?
Yo, what's good? Bro, these photos from the Forte shoot yesterday, they're sick, really. Dude, check them out. Yo, these came out tough. What? Bro, look at this.
Bro, come over here. Check this shit out. That photo shoot from yesterday with Forte, you know, the brand that we own. Look at how these photos came out. They're like the Mona Lisa. Like, aren't they awesome? Do you think I look hot enough, though? Like, be honest. Like, do I look hot enough? Okay, alright. Now we spend an hour photoshopping girth on...
Asking another man if you're hot is kinda gay. I have to admit.
My Forte photos, like that's part of the daily routine or some shit. I just find these so fucking stupid. I really do. Like, a normal person is not going to have a job like Alex Costa where they sit around and just stare at photos of themselves, and that's work. This daily routine is not going to work for 99% of human beings on the planet. It's just, like, what the fuck is the point? It's, there's nothing new there. You watch a guy pretend that he gets up at 7, pretend to work out at 8, pretend to do all of these things throughout the day, and it culminates with his work being staring at photos of himself at home. Like, this is not a morning routine that is beneficial or helpful or insightful.
I don't even think this is a morning routine. This is quite literally just an ad. It's a whole lot of nothing. It's just to make it there to make money.
To, like, anybody in his audience at all. It's all just here to push products in their face in a sly way. It's, I don't know, I just think it's so fucking cringe. I had to talk about it.
That's the end of the video. Yeah, this is a whole lot of nothing. I just watched an ad. That's pretty much it. Let me get out of the screen here. Let me get on the screen. More queso. Everything's gay. Everything's gay. Guess I'm gay. We're all gay. We're gonna die out. I think I've already mentioned early in the stream, my bottle still tastes like instant noodles. Weird. Weird as heck. Okay, next up, this was actually recommended. This was actually recommended.
There's 7.
This was recommended. 7 sinful versus 7 heavenly YouTubers by Ryan Pictures. I'm curious. Who's gonna be in there? Let's get into it. I'm fantastic. Have another day to have another day today. I delivered bounce houses and slides yesterday. Now I'm walking home from the store with my beer and boiled peanuts. Yeah, as usual, the beer. Yeah, let's get into the coming out as straight a video. I'm coming out as straight.
There's 7 specific YouTubers who perfectly represent the 7 deadly sins of greed, lust, gluttony, pride, envy, wrath, and sloth. However, if you flip these upside down, you'll find another set of 7 YouTubers who represent the exact opposite, the 7 heavenly virtues. My name's Ryan. We'll be comparing YouTubers.
So he's pretty much just like comparing YouTubers to the 7 sins. Interesting.
Who represent the 7 deadly sins and their corresponding heavenly virtues, starting with gluttony versus temperance. The sin of gluttony is described as excess eating or drinking, which best describes Nikocado Avocado, a popular mukbang YouTuber. On the other hand, the
I mean, this was 7 months ago. Bro is no longer in the whale category. So there's a chance bro was 7 months ago already not in the whale category anymore, coming out as a menace to society. That would be me.
virtue of temperance is often characterized as emotional restraint or self-discipline, which is best exemplified by the YouTuber Matt Stoney. Both Nikocado and Matt are seen to eat thousands of calories in a single sitting, but the difference in their weight is night and day. One is viewed as a 130-pound respectable guy, while the other, a 350-pound gelatinous behemoth. So, what makes them so different? Nikocado's diet reads like a fast food menu on repeat, as showcased in his videos. He often indulges.
Holy heck. Holy heck, that's a lot of food. I'd be I could eat, like, it's anything of this, just one thing of this, and I'd be done. I couldn't eat more. I'd probably die.
In large portions of fast food, processed snacks, and sugary desserts. These foods are typically dense in calories, but lack essential nutrients, leading to an imbalance in his nutritional intake. On the other hand, Matt's diet emphasizes moderation and healthier choices. While he may consume large quantities of food during challenge videos, outside of these challenges, he focuses on balanced meals comprising of lean proteins, fruits, vegetables, and whole grains. In an interview with GQ, Matt reveals that his meals are most often just protein shakes, a handful of almonds, some fruit and vegetables, and a slice of bread. On top of this, Matt's background in nutrition studies further explains why he knows how to stay healthy. But there's more than just food on the table here. It's also about the headspace these two inhabit. Nikocado's relationship with food also appears to be closely tied to emotional comfort and coping mechanisms. Or at least, that's what he wants you to think.
Yeah, he like me. For real, for real. Difference is, I don't get fat. I will overwork. That's the difference.
Nikocado has an entire playlist dedicated to his breakdowns while eating, and while this makes it seem like he has a strong dependence on food, that's actually not the case. Nikocado knows that the more shocking the video is, the more viral it becomes, so he piles up more and more food for the thumbnail, knowing that this is what makes people click on the video. And that's the thing, it totally worked.
You meant to say day off today? Okay. I already felt like that was weird. That sounded weird. I don't understand people that think healthy food can't taste good. Just have good recipe. Yeah, just have good recipes. Yeah. It's just like that. I don't know. There's a lot of problems, for example, in the United States with like food. The US citizens seem to have a very unhealthy relationship with food.
In contrast, Matt approaches eating challenges as a professional rather than a means of emotional fulfillment. He views his participation in competitive eating as a career and accepts the challenge as a part of his job. That professional mindset could be a secret sauce for a healthier relationship with food, reducing the risk of developing negative associations with eating. Then, there's the YouTube game plan. I already mentioned before that Nikocado's content strategy simply involves getting the most views as possible at any cost. 1,000-calorie mukbangs? Check. Bags of chips? Check. And 20,000 calorie burgers? Check.
20,000 calories burger. That is a lot more than my maintenance. That is a lot more. That's like almost 10. That's like 7 times my maintenance probably. God damn.
what 20,000 calories looks like.
20,000?
Nikocado will eat it all. With every bite caught on camera, he's potentially pushing his calorie count into the red zone, but at the same time, filling his bank account in the process. It's simply just a matter of knowing when to stop, which seems like what Nikocado has had the most trouble with. Matt Stoney's strategy is significantly more controlled. His challenge videos are
I couldn't eat that much, I would die. I would die as well. I could not eat that much. But it is what it is. Well, we all know that this was just a role that he played. For a bit. Like, bro pre-recorded shit for months. Gotta eat them all. Yeah, bro's eating burgers like Pokemon.
are typically spaced out with a weekly upload schedule. This allows him to have longer periods between challenges to maintain a more healthier and balanced diet. By spacing out his eating challenges, Matt can better manage his overall calorie intake and ensure that his body has time to recover and adapt between sessions. At the time of this video, his last upload was almost 3 months ago. And let's not forget the exercise regimen, or rather lack thereof. Matt's commitment to regular exercise also plays a crucial role in offsetting the excess calories consumed during eating challenges. These help him burn calories, build muscle mass, and maintain overall fitness. Meanwhile, Nikocato's probably clocking more hours on the
Jeez, I think I get like 1,000 calories in like 2 or 3 days. What? That would not be... You're a man. That would not be enough to maintain. You would lose weight constantly.
couch, we're filming even more mukbangs rather than on the treadmill. In the end, it's not just about what you eat, but how you eat it, and the mindset you bring to the table. Matt's got their recipe for success down to a science, while Nikocado might need to rethink his menu and mindset if he actually wants to steer clear of health issues down the road. It's because all of this that Matt Stoney takes a virtue of temperance, while Nikocado remains the king of gluttony.
Yeah, that even after losing weight, that will not be taken away. The King of Gluttony title will stay easily. I must say my eating habits aren't normal either. I eat one meal, and that's it. That's it. And it's not even enough calories. It's just like one meal for like the entire day. That's it. The more view increases, the more money get to buy more food for content. Yeah. But he's one step ahead. Always one step ahead. I mean, he's no longer overweight. He's healthy now. Well, I'm an alcoholic, so usually I only eat once a day. I also only eat once a day. That's it. Shout out to that thumbnail where he was making out with some guy. Right. I think that was actually... Isn't he gay? I could be wrong, but I remember him being, into... I could be wrong, but I remember him being into men. I could be wrong.
Penguin Zero and Sneeko have always been known to have a strong rivalry between them. From controversy and disagreements, the two of them exemplify two very different aspects: humility and pride. Humility is described as the quality of being humble, modest, and down to earth. Meanwhile, pride is defined as an excessive love of one's own excellence. No other YouTuber best represents pride than Sneeko. With controversial views and a self-proclaimed realist mindset, Sneeko aims to challenge societal norms and influence his followers to escape the matrix through his content. Penguin Zero, meanwhile, is known for his humble
remember Sneeko being a cuck? Isn't he married and still single to some guy? What? I have no idea, I'll be real. I don't keep up with Nikocado Avocado. I don't keep up with this man. Yeah. Sneaker's a cuck. Sneaker would also legalize child marriage, so that is special. He's special. What the fuck? Your sleep is fucked. Your food is fucked. What's next? My mental health? Possibly?
and down-to-earth nature, setting a prime example of modesty and authenticity. He's not afraid to share embarrassing stories, showing how relatable he is. Even when faced with heated conflicts, like his feud with Sneeko, Penguin Zero keeps his cool and responds with logic and humor. The conflict between Sneeko and Critical is a perfect way to answer why they represent their sin or virtue. When I revisited their beef 2 weeks ago, we explored what exactly led to Sneeko to threaten Charlie's life with a gun.
Voice Critical!
I saw a short where he said that Nick didn't lose 200 pounds. When Nick said it, okay, interesting. Well, we clearly can tell, like, the one video where that he clearly has lost weight. And pretty much almost all of it. I mean, I can't take Sneaker really seriously. I don't know. I can't take a man seriously that watches his partner doing the devil's tango.
You want to watch my clips? Watch my clips. Watch my clips.
But a quick summary, in August 2020, the feud between them was marked when Penguin Zero criticized the controversial Netflix film Cuties, sparking a heated exchange with Sneeko.
The fact that Cuties is on Netflix is nothing shy of a crime in my opinion. It is actual softcore child.
Sneeko then
It was softcore. He did the apple dance in skinny mode. Skinny mode. It's like something he can turn off and off. He has like a switch on his neck. When he turns it on, he gets fat. When he turns it off, he turns into skinny mode. See. Yeah, Cuties was horrendous. That was allowed on Netflix because it was very much a softcore CP.
then make his own video praising the movie while indirectly insulting Charlie. Instead of calmly addressing issues, Sneeko resorts to aggressive tweets and physical challenges, while Penguin Zero admits
A child-loving cuck. We love to see it. We love to see it.
his mistakes and values integrity, Sneeko often refuses to acknowledge his own flaws, preferring to keep up a tough guy image.
You got going on, the Pokemon cards, your pale face, the G Fuel fridge, the zero drip, the fact you just look like you look at the curtain pulled all the way down. You need to get some sun.
The whole situation would take a dramatic turn, as Sneeko would challenge Charlie to a fistfight and would even threaten his life with a gun.
3 months you have continued to melt down about this. The day after I posted my response, you went on stream and had a huge unhinged...
That went completely past me. That went completely past me. Interesting. I just find it funny. This reminds me of Dan TDM versus KSI. For KSI having a meltdown over months. Not to that degree, but still, it's similar.
Tantrum and meltdown about the whole thing, and then he sent some of his viewers over. So I was joking with them, saying like, oh, you guys must have just stopped the Cuties watch party over there at Sneeko's stream, right? Welcome, cucks, that kind of shit. And it got really under his skin in a big way, so he started dancing around with the gun and threatening to come shoot me. So he kept saying, oh, you're in Tampa, right? I'll come see you.
Wouldn't it be funny if bro shot himself? Just saying. Wouldn't it be funny? Anyone that liked the movie Cuties should be interrogated immediately. Immediately. Look through the hard drive. Immediately. Man, woman, I don't know. Look through it. I actually remember Charlie teaching Sneeko the difference between a clip and a magazine. Bro's flexing with a gun and doesn't know how to use it.
You waving his gun around and dancing.
You want to watch my clips? Watch my clips. Watch my clips. You want me to watch your clips? Watch my clips. These are the only clips.
However, the controversy would be quickly ended by Charlie when he points out all of Sneeko's past controversies, shutting down all of his accusations, and did something that would shock the internet.
Because he just kept shouting slurs. So I said, watch my clips to see what I was saying about you. I had to communicate via Twitch clips. And I'm sorry to be that guy, this is like the grammar police of guns, but he's a f***ing imbecile. You absolute buffoon. What you have there is not clips. These are mags. They're mags, not clips, you absolute dummy. The same way that this is also a mag. They're all mags. Stop saying clips, you look stupid here.
Since then, the drama between the two of them has simmered down.
Overall, the whole conversation...
Bro, okay. The drama died down because bro made a whole ass video on him beating this man's ass, and then showed his guns, and then bro shut up. That is insane. That is insane.
Went in a totally different direction than I expected. Of course, he's still very passionate about some things, and we still fought on quite a few things, and the reality is there's just a lot of things that I don't see eye to him on with some of the things he talks about. But overall, I really walked away with a very different impression of Sneeko.
But one thing still remains certain, and it's that Charlie will always be the most humble YouTuber, while Sneeko will always suffer due to his pride. During YouTube's boom in the early 2010s, some of the biggest content creators on the platform rose to fame, two of those being PewDiePie and EDP445.
A man that raised generations of kids, potentially, and a man who wanted to sleep with kids. I not prefer this kind of video, but I still had fun here to hear your opinion. Okay, okay. It is what it is. The timing of my comment. True, true.
The main difference between them? Well, one of them is a married man who's dedicated to his family, while the other is a confirmed pedophile who had been kicked out of YouTube. This is exactly what makes PewDiePie a great example of the heavenly virtue of chastity, while EDP is the opposite, being the human equivalent of lust. Chastity is described as complete fidelity to one's husband or wife during marriage, or refraining from any sexual activity that's considered immoral. Lust, on the other hand, is someone who often suffers from strong cravings or desire, often.
When do I get my happy ending? When do I get it? When do I get it? Man.
Of sexual nature. EDP445 was a popular YouTuber known for his explosive personality and often controversial content. However, his career would soon be destroyed as one by one, allegations popped up against him. These allegations were by various girls, talking about how EDP had groomed them while they were underage. But the true catalyst that led to EDP's downfall came immediately after the cupcake incident. On the 18th of April 2021, EDP was caught trying to pick up a cupcake.
Well, I was actually coming out here to pick up a cupcake and then go back home.
However, when EDP arrived, he was instead confronted by a group of people who were all a part of a massive sting operation set up to expose him. The people confronted EDP about his interactions with a decoy 13-year-old girl that the team had set up.
Bro got hunted. Bro got hunted by the pedophile hunters. Based hunters.
This included inappropriate messages and videos, all sent by EDP to a girl that he thought was underage.
You know, nothing that was going to be involved, because I'm not like that. You know, well, obviously the text messages and stuff like that, you know what I mean? So yeah, that was...
The situation quickly became one of the most infamous incidents in YouTube history, and as a result, EDP slowly lost everything. Both his main channel and second channel were terminated, and he struggles to find new jobs or even places to live in. Since then, EDP's career has been shrouded in mystery. Some people stated that he had been arrested, while others say he's taken small side jobs to keep himself afloat. Meanwhile, despite living in different countries, PewDiePie and his now wife Marcia kept their connection alive through daily chats and calls, showing how much they cared for each other. Because PewDiePie was determined to see Marcia in person, the two of them managed to move in together.
How's it going, everyone? My name is PewDiePie.
The old ass PewDiePie videos. That is amazing. Man.
The reason why I haven't been uploading videos is because I'm in Italy with my girl, and I'm having a great time. So you should be happy for me.
As PewDiePie navigated through controversies in his career, Marcia remained a constant source of strength. Her unwavering support during these tough times showed the depth of their relationship. Together, they faced challenges head-on, only growing closer as a result. PewDiePie and Marcia's relationship is built on selflessness, kindness, and
I am so jealous of this guy. You have no idea how jealous I am of this guy. How did he do it? I want to do it as well. Teach me!
unwavering support, reflecting the essence of chastity in its purest form. Until now, nobody's really sure what he's been up to, but it's clear that EDP's YouTube career has been thrown under the bus, all because of his lust, while PewDiePie has since retired in Japan with his wife and newborn son. Being kind to one's partner could very easily extend to being kind to others, which is exactly what Corey X Kenshin exemplifies, and in direct contrast, how the sin of wrath best describes that vegan teacher. Kindness is described as a quality
The fact that I have to see the vegan teacher here is insane. I did not see that coming. The vegan teacher is here. Man.
Of being selfless, compassionate, and merciful. The sin of wrath, in contrast, is a strong feeling of hatred or resentment with a desire for vengeance against others. Vegan Teacher exemplifies the sin of wrath through her explosive displays of excess anger, particularly in her YouTube content. While her initial videos started off tame, she later adopted a more sensationalist approach to garner views, often resorting to calling out famous influencers in an aggressive manner. Despite her intentions to promote veganism, her confrontational style alienates potential followers and undermines the seriousness of the cause.
2 brand new Feastable bars, milk chocolate, and...
What? Milk chocolate! Milk chocolate comes from a cycle of violence! Are you—
I don't care. I'll be completely honest. I don't care. I'm gonna eat meat. I'm gonna drink milk. I don't care. Remember when he played Minecraft the first time? I too remember that. Yeah. The vegan teacher's always there watching. You can never escape her. True. She's currently watching me through my camera. I remember on Game Grumps, Danny mentioned his dad called PewDiePie PWDD. Wild.
you okay with that? Then stealing the milk that belongs to them? The f is wrong with you?
Meanwhile, Cory Kenshin demonstrates patience and kindness through his consistent advocacy for mental health awareness and social justice initiatives. Despite facing personal challenges, such as the need for frequent breaks from content creation, Cory Kenshin always returns to make a positive impact, both on his audience and through charities all over the world. Even his commitment to addressing issues like unfair video monetization on YouTube reflects his patience in tackling systemic problems over the long term. That's where the main difference between the two crop up. Cory Kenshin approaches issues with patience and understanding, focusing on long-term solutions and positive change. In contrast, Vegan Teacher's approach is characterized by impulsiveness and aggression, leading to conflicts and controversy. On December 30, 2020, Daz Games posted a reaction video where he criticized the Vegan Teacher.
The club, we're so glad you're in it.
When I'm in the kitchen, all I want is chicken, so go and f yourself.
That's the perfect response. I cannot complain. This is the perfect response. This is how it should be. True and real.
Just a few days later, on January 2nd, 2021, Vegan Teacher responded with a video defending herself, but it only caused even more hate towards her.
Mr. Daz, you should be vegan. And you know why you won't be vegan? Because you're too weak.
And that's the main issue with that Vegan Teacher, her confrontational style of content. This has led to a lot of criticism and backlash, detracting from the credibility of her message and hindering her effectiveness as a vegan activist. In January of 2021, Vegan Teacher posted a TikTok about Gordon Ramsay, where she sang a song parodying one she sang in front of.
I'm gonna be completely honest. Activists are their own greatest enemies. Because they don't have a rational approach to their activism. They usually act out of emotion. They're their own greatest enemy. We can only look like at climate activists and them gluing themselves to places. This is not a rational approach. This is not how you win people for you. Which is why it is effectively a clown show that has kind of failed. We need a Vegan Teacher horror game. Yeah. I'm for that. Who's gonna program that?
Of a McDonald's.
3, 2, 1, sing! Eating animals is wrong, McDonald's. Hurting animals is wrong, McDonald's. Share this song and change your entire menu to be vegan from now on.
Ramsay then responded with a duet video.
I'll be right back. I'll be right back. One more person calls me on the phone, I will kill them immediately. No holding back. Straight up murder. Vegan teacher needs the opposite saying of eat a salad. She needs to say eat a fucking sandwich. McDonald's cheeseburgers are amazing. Yeah, that is if you could spell amazing, which you can, but that's just normal for you. Let's continue.
Video of his own where he ate lettuce, spat it out, and jokingly called her a vegan donut before eating a beef burger.
Eating animals is wrong, Gordon Ramsay.
A vegan donut.
It's wrong, Gordon Ramsay. Share this song, and if you call me a donut, that's fine.
Vegan
As long as
donut.
you're
Vegan donut. Also, I love like the you know the clip of like Gordon Ramsay putting two like sides of bread onto a person's face and asking them, telling them asking them what they are. An idiot sandwich.
vegan from now on.
The vegan teacher then replied with a video that was taken down by TikTok. On March 19, 2021, Ramsay uploaded a video titled Gordon Ramsay Goes Vegan for Steak, where he announced that he was finally going vegan for lunch. In the video, Ramsay cooked an eggplant steak and shared his recipe. The vegan teacher misinterpreted Ramsay's statement about going vegan and sarcastically congratulated him in a song. However, when she realized he wasn't actually
She fell for it. She fell for it. That's wild. She fell for it. Always the spelling insults, rude. It's even questionable that I am even able to respond to you that quick. Because I haven't slept since yesterday 6 a.m. Consider that.
going vegan, she criticized Ramsay for animal cruelty, calling him the devil and comparing him to Adolf Hitler.
Hello, student.
Yeah. Yeah. Gordon, Austrian painter Ramsay. Sure, why not?
Today we're going to talk about the devil. The devil's name is Gordon Ramsay. You write to me and you tell me how Gordon Ramsay is different from Hitler.
Then, on July 6, 2021, the vegan teacher dropped a diss track against Gordon Ramsay on her YouTube channel. The video received overwhelming dislikes, with 11,000 dislikes compared to only 1,000 likes.
And by the way, why is Gordon Ramsay so despicably vegan-phobic?
Vegan-phobic. That's interesting. You're fucking yourself over. Yes. Yes, I do. Everything for the grind.
When he could so easily turn it around and decisively be a vegan ally, be vegan fantastic.
At the end of the day, Corey Kenshin remains humble and approachable, engaging with criticism constructively and encouraging his audience to respond with kindness. Vegan teacher, on the other hand, often reacts defensively to criticism, further fueling conflicts and reinforcing negative perceptions of her behavior. On YouTube, it's clear how many creators value and respect Corey, while most people just make fun of the vegan teacher. Because of that, it's clear to see how kindness will always pay, instead of being a wrathful person. Greed is described as a strong and selfish desire to have more of something, most often money or power, while charity, on the other hand, is described as a willingness or even desire to help others and better the world, no matter the cost to one's own self. Logan Paul's journey in the spotlight has been marked by a very prominent theme: greed. While he initially gained fame through his vlogs, his pursuit of wealth and fame seems to overshadow everything else. From questionable promotions to controversial stunts, Logan's actions often raise eyebrows.
Yeah. Remember the whole Japan incident? Yeah, I do remember that. The Japan incident. That wasn't awesome. That wasn't great.
Spark debates. His relentless pursuit of success at times comes across as driven more by greed than by a genuine desire to make a positive impact on the world. On the exact opposite hand, when it comes to making a charitable difference, MrBeast is a name that resonates with millions or even billions across the globe. His philanthropic endeavors on YouTube have earned him admiration and respect, whether it's planting
This aged like milk. Don't get me wrong, the things he did with the money is great, but they're still aged kind of like milk. It's aged half like milk.
trees, feeding the hungry, or supporting individuals in need, MrBeast's generosity knows no bounds. His commitment to using his platform for positive change has inspired a wave of compassion among his followers. Through his elaborate challenges and giveaways, he not only provides financial assistance, but also spreads hope and joy to those facing hardships. This is what makes Logan Paul the personification of greed, while MrBeast is charity. One of the most significant differences between Logan Paul and MrBeast is their approach to fame and influence. Logan Paul's
I have an amazing idea for a video, Mr. Beast. If you're listening, I have an amazing idea for a video. I'm buying 1 million men wives. I will be part of the 1 million. Deal? Deal.
Paul's pursuit of fame often seems to be driven by self-promotion and attention-seeking behavior. While he does have a massive following, his involvement in controversies and scandals has raised questions about his credibility and ethics. In fact, one of Logan Paul's biggest controversies in recent years have been related to his failed crypto project called CryptoZoo. At first, the game received criticism for its use of stock images and did not receive a positive reception. In December of 2022,
Oh, CoffeeZilla. Imagine being an NFT shill. Imagine that. Ah yes, charity. Torturing people. True and real.
CoffeeZilla, a YouTuber known for uncovering cryptocurrency scams, aired a 3-part series on his YouTube channel, exposing the game's lack of functionality despite raising millions of dollars from investors.
CryptoZoo.co. I am so excited about this project. It's so fun. It's a really fun game that makes you money.
A fun game that earns you money. How much did you guys make from CryptoZoo?
I lost around $50,000 in CryptoZoo.
I lost
money! 40k!
$40,000.
I lost around 15,000 US dollars.
I lost $25,000.
$120,000. 120k. Imagine what I could do with 120k. It's all money that's gone.
$500,000 Australian,
Dear God.
which is $500,000 in CryptoZoo.
Shut up! No, you haven't!
The criticisms included concerns about marketing the game to children, launching it several months before its announcement, and allowing the team to purchase large amounts of cryptocurrency to inflate its value. In response, Logan released a video refuting the allegations and threatened legal action against CoffeeZilla, but did not provide further details on the legal and developmental issues with CryptoZoo.
I watched your 3-part series called Investigating Logan Paul's Biggest Scam, and like many on this platform, you have successfully used my name for views and money.
The response was later removed by Logan after all the backlash. A year later, in January of 2024, Logan
Can I do that as well? Can I use Logan Paul's name for money? And still have a reaction video in the chambers that I can still upload?
initiated a program offering partial refunds to fans who agreed not to pursue legal action against him, which was seen by his audience as an easy way for him to avoid getting sued. It was obvious in the whole crypto scam that Logan's goal was merely to milk the most amount of money out of the project, but when he was caught in the act, he quickly scrambled and tried to cover it up. Meanwhile, MrBeast uses his platform to promote charitable causes and inspire others to give back. His transparency and integrity in his philanthropic efforts have earned him the trust and admiration from his audience.
Yeah, transparency. Sure, bro. Sure, brother. Sure. Buying a house? No. Instead, let's spend it on an app. Yup. Also, it's called an app, not a app.
Even going as far as to make a whole channel dedicated to it, called Beast Philanthropy. His biggest projects include building wells in Africa, adopting an orphanage, and even building an entire town. All of these videos require tons of funding to be accomplished, but MrBeast isn't facing any issues in this regard. Logan's quest for short-term gains through questionable means may lead to negative consequences for both himself and those around him. While he may have achieved success in terms of fame and fortune, his legacy remains tarnished by controversy and doubt. Logan's focus on short-term monetary gains is pretty similar to what Sniper Wolf is doing right now, except she is much more lazier. This brings us to sloth versus diligence. Sloth is an excessive laziness or the failure to act and utilize on one's talents, while diligence means to be hardworking and zealously seek for something with all of one's heart.
Guess I have diligence. At least I know how to spell the word murder. That isn't doing you any favors. That just makes you more crazy in combination with the stalking. Guess I would be diligence.
strength, and might. Sniper Wolf's behavior is characterized by slothfulness, particularly in what many consider to be lazy reaction videos. But that isn't all. Even her responses to criticism and conflict could be associated with sloth. Sniper Wolf has been involved in many public feuds and controversies.
Imagine doxing somebody. No, you have self-destruction. Or that. Or that. True, or that. Imagine doxing somebody over criticism on reaction videos. Imagine doing that.
Including the most recent one involving YouTuber Jax Films. This is mainly due to the fact that she's been stealing content from other creators and quote-unquote reacting to them while offering little to no original content of her own. Meanwhile, CoffeeZilla is a complete opposite of sloth and instead exemplifies diligence through his extensive investigative work, particularly in exposing online scams and fraudulent schemes. In his videos, he delves deep into the tactics employed by fake gurus who promise quick wealth but often prey on vulnerable individuals. Rather than demonstrating diligence in resolving conflicts or improving her content,
I can explain that to you. Raven is the kind of woman that will ruin your life. She's like the... Yeah, like the kind of girl that will ruin your life. At least she seems like that. Let's stay away from her.
Sniper Wolf would instead dox the people she does not like and engaging in behavior that compromises the safety and well-being of others. Her reluctance to address criticism or take responsibility for her actions highlights a lack of diligence and accountability, especially with her completely fake apology to Jax Films. These are in direct contrast to CoffeeZilla's approach to investigating and addressing issues. CoffeeZilla meticulously uncovers the strategies used by scammers, from leveraging cult of personality dynamics to exploiting once legitimate money-making methods. Ultimately, CoffeeZilla's diligence and integrity sets him apart as a trusted source of information and advocate for consumer protection, while Sniper Wolf's behavior reflects a lack of diligence and accountability in her approach to content creation and conflict resolution. MrBeast copycats are everywhere on YouTube.
Yeah, Mr. Beast Mr. Beast is also like copying people. Like some of his video ideas, they're on like the first to make these. That's just how it is. Stealing is pretty normal, actually. Yeah, Raven is like the kind of girl that Rose tried to warn you off, but you still went for. That's what she is. If I remember correctly, she also likes the style of Hello Kitty, which means, yeah, she might also be a Hello Kitty girl, and those are dangerous.
And while they try their best to gain as much money and fame as possible, all they truly gain is envy. Envy is the complete opposite of kindness. It's the sin of jealousy over the blessings and achievements of others, while kindness is being compassionate towards others. Through their attempts to imitate MrBeast's success without embodying the genuine kindness and philanthropy that defines his brand, these copycats usually just prioritize copying MrBeast's extravagant giveaways and attention-grabbing stunts in hopes of achieving similar levels of fame and fortune. A great example of this is A4, also known as a Russian MrBeast copycat. Not only are his crazy pranks and challenges similar to MrBeast's videos, his biggest issue is the fact that A4 had apparently been stealing MrBeast's thumbnails and was simply just photoshopping his own face over MrBeast.
Who seems to not only steal numerous aspects of MrBeast's videos, but additionally many other large English-speaking creators, remarketing it to a non-English-speaking audience who may not be
Really funny how to, like, literally just we got Russian Mr. Beast. Batman likes Hello Kitty, it means you hate Batman. Then Batman is also red flag. Maybe he's also traumatized. Maybe he hasn't had a bad experience with a Hello Kitty girl. But you're not denying the fact that you're a Hello Kitty girl. I guess we found out a secret. You will ruin men's lives. I guess that explains why you're single. Huh. Never thought about that. But it makes sense.
completely aware of the creators from which the content is being stolen.
A4 didn't even try to deny it, and replied to the controversy on his Instagram, saying that him stealing thumbnails wasn't a big deal, and that he was 10,000 times better than MrBeast. In direct contrast to Envy, Markiplier epitomizes kindness through his genuine and compassionate interactions with
Markiplier is so great. I'm not. I only have 3 Hello Kitty things. Yep, you are either lying. You are lying. Actually, No, either. You're lying. We all know. Like I said, it explains a lot now. It explains a lot more than it needs to. Yeah, but Markiplier is great. I love watching his videos. His try not to laugh challenges, like, they kill me. Because his laugh is so infectious. It's insane. Just generally a good guy. No controversy, also no nothing.
His audience, and philanthropic efforts. As a prominent YouTuber, Markiplier consistently demonstrates empathy and generosity, often using his platform to spread positivity and support charitable causes. His dedication to making a positive impact on others' lives is evident in his involvement with various charitable initiatives, including raising money for campaigns such as Save the Children and the Make-A-Wish Foundation. However, Markiplier's kindness extends beyond his online presence, as he frequently engages with fans, offering words of encouragement and support to those in need. His authentic and caring demeanor fosters a sense of community and belonging among his followers, making him a beloved figure in the YouTube community.
I can't really say much about Markiplier. Markiplier is just overall great dude. That's it. This would generally be one of the YouTubers that I would love to meet in real life. Just that.
While both Markiplier and MrBeast copycats may attract attention through their content, their underlying intentions and impact on their audience differ significantly. Markiplier's kindness is rooted in genuine empathy and a desire to uplift others, whereas the envy-driven actions of MrBeast copycats lack authenticity and sincerity.
That's the end of the video. Perfect stop. That was a fun video. That was an awesome recommendation. I think Zoom actually recommended this to me. I could be wrong, but I think that was the case. Thank you for that recommendation. Appreciate it. We're just making excuses. I'm not making excuses. Hello Kitty girls are the devil. 100%. Okay, so I gotta go to the bathroom, which means I'll just be back real quick. I'll be back. I have returned. Let me real quick adjust that. That's perfect. That's wonderful. Back to it. Yeah, what can I say? What am I gonna watch next? I think my phone is about to be empty. Let me recharge that real quick. Let me do that real quick. Perfect. Okay, okay. What am I gonna watch next? You know, I've reacted to Think Before You Sleep. We're gonna do it again.
We'll rate out.
But this time it's actually something that also concerns
We'll rate
me.
out.
Stop it. This time it's also something that concerns me. Twitch is out of control by Think Before You Sleep. It's about VTubers. Let's go. We love to see the VTubers. Let's get it. Let's go. Actually, I don't know. I guess I'll stay like this. Oh, okay. Twitch is out of control by Think Before You Sleep. Let's go.
We'll raid out soon. We're just gonna. What happened? No way!
In case you are.
This is how it looks when you get life nuked on Twitch, by the way. For those who don't know. This is what will happen. Yeah, and Megalodon got nuked. However, as far as I'm concerned, actually it was for good reason. Oh, I wanted to recommend it to you, but I had shit to do, so I forgot. Well, I got it now. Yeah. It was, for her, it was for good reasons, because, I think her hips were showing. I like how you pronounce it. Retorned. I have retorned. I say it like that. Extra, like, on purpose.
You had trouble following that clip, streamer and VTuber Megalodon received a suspension from Twitch on the day of a very important reveal of her new VTuber avatar. In response, she was confused and said, "No warning, while I was still live, I followed the rules, what's the problem?" Followed by this tweet later saying, "I have this little pit in my stomach after all this. I just put all this work for a whole year into this debut." So this seems like a fairly easy thing to sympathize with, right? A Twitch streamer was following the rules and got suspended on a very important day for her. It looks like Twitch is being pretty cruel here, which begs the question, what was she doing during the stream? Well, let's take a look.
Booba Inspector, Elpers? Any Booba Inspectors in
I think it's either. I think this might actually be what got her. I think that was what got her.
chat? Did they get bigger? I low-key can't tell. Like, actually. It feels like they might have, but I might be placeboing myself. Great! Thank you so much for the 25 gifted!
I had to censor that because it's probably against YouTube rules, but essentially what happened is that she zoomed in on her boobs, and when she got a donation, she started jumping up and down to showcase the jiggle effects of her new avatar. But that's not all.
Look at how educational this is!
You are so dumb. Sorry, bud. Why would someone do this? Good question. You are so dumb. You are so stupid. I'm sorry, but you are so stupid. You are so dumb. I'm very sorry, but you're an idiot. If you do this, that is on you. I'm very sorry. I see no issue why Twitch nuked you. I'll be completely honest. They nuked another chick that purposely zoomed in. I'm sorry. At least they're consistent on that.
Guys, I didn't know Twitch could be this educational, I'm not gonna lie. Man, it's a great day to be existing in VTuber land. Holy wow, you can really see the education on the physics for the thighs this time. Look at, are you being educated as hard as I am right now?
I should speak on a temporary ban on YouTube live stream because he jumped. Yeah, I am deserved. I have to say, deserved. I mean, you're not being a good role model. I'm sorry, and there are a lot of younger people in Asher Speed's audience. That's just how it is. But yeah, zoomed in on the hips, zoomed in on the booba. You got nuked. There's not much to say. Also, we have a couple of VTubers. I think on the right in the middle. That's Sayu. I don't know who this over there is, and there's over there.
Are you?
I need to make sure because I don't want to be the only one learning all this knowledge, you know?
Is it really a mystery why you got in trouble? The funny part is that she ended up getting community noted for being a liar. Now, I get that shaking an anime girl avatar around isn't the most degenerate thing on the internet. However, understand that platforms like Twitch are shared spaces with minors, and a 13-year-old should not have to be exposed to numerous sexualized videos, a number of which
I should speed leak this pee-pee. Man, why are you leaking your pee-pee? Yeah, I agree. It is no wonder that you got banned. But the VTubers, especially, like, they are not nuking male VTubers. This is not happening, right? This is only happening to female VTubers. Some of the things, yeah, silly, I agree, but I see no reason why she shouldn't be banned for this. I'm sorry. A lot of VTubers probably wouldn't agree with me, but yeah, I think a few people also share that, my opinion. But yeah, sorry, it is what it is.
that are basically OnlyFans advertisements, just so they can see their favorite Minecraft streamer. And that's all assuming that this 13-year-old is not actually an 8-year-old who is lying about their age so they can watch that Minecraft streamer or watch Splatoon. The point is that there's a place for this content that's not a shared space with kids, and it's called Pornhub. Why don't these girls go and stream their lewd content there?
True. Because that wouldn't result in the same resources. But hey, the hub is actually above. That's interesting. Above Twitch, but it's still pretty close. Why is chat so laggy to receive for you? Is it because we're in different countries or internet things? I did turn down the latency, but like, I don't know. For some odd reason, after the last update, things are getting out of control. I have weird FPS drops from when I use OBS, which is why I switched back to Streamlabs, where I don't have them. It is weird. I'm still trying to figure out what is causing this.
Technically, it ranks higher than Twitch and web page visits. Well, the reason for that is because they know there's more competition on Pornhub, and they won't get as much exposure, so what they do instead is push the limits of the Twitch community guidelines, and a lot of times go over those limits, and when they get in trouble for breaking the rules, they turn into a bunch of crybabies.
So, like, you know, there are instances where I'll extend some sympathy to VTubers who get banned if it's, like, really not egregious at all, but a lot of the time they're basically asking for it, you know? The kind of key for a lot of these streamers who want to get attention from doing degenerate shit is, like, kind of riding that line right between when you're going to be just controversial enough on Twitch, you make it a temporary ban, but not controversial enough, you get a perma ban, right? That's the line for them.
And then that temporary ban is used to stir up a bunch of drama that results in a 1 or 2 day vacation for them and a ton of new followers when they get back. That being said, let's get...
True, some VTubers do that. I've seen more unjustified bans that I have seen justified ban, but Megalodon's ban was certainly justified. There's no denying that.
Get into the cope. Megalodon says on Twitter in response to the ban that she toggled her bikini outfit on when she was in the pools and hot tub section of Twitch, and underboob was not toggled on. Why was that a feature in the first place if you aren't doing sexualized content? But essentially, Megalodon's avatar had multiple outfits, and she said she was following Twitch policy when she changed her avatar into a swimsuit. This is kind of like a letter of the law versus spirit of the law. So the spirit of that Twitch policy is something like, if you're streaming in a pool, you aren't going to get banned for wearing swim attire while you're in that pool. Now, what some opportunistic women have done is take the letter of the law and used it.
Is Kickstream better than Twitch? Not really. I think Kick is a lot more like accepting of this stuff, right? Kick doesn't really care, right? They allow casino streams, right? However, I think monetization might currently be worse. They're facing the same apocalypse that YouTube did a few years back, when now their ad revenue's like down 80 or 95%. That's how bad it is. Like, one streamer went from, like, 10k to 2k. Or, like, from, like, $200 dollars a day to, like, 15. It is horrendous.
To put blow-up child-sized pools behind them so they can stream at their computer in essentially their underwear or less and say that they're at the pool. And Twitch staff is full of sexual degenerates, so they do jack shit to enforce.
Yeah. The CEO of Twitch is pretty much a corn addict. That's pretty much. Oh, that's pretty much what this is. Very simple.
What I imagine was the intended reason for that hot tub and pool policy. Not only that, but they even created a separate porn addict Coomer section for pool and hot tub streams. Personally, I don't know why the Twitch girls even bother blowing up a pool. If Twitch is not going to enforce anything, then they can just as easily put a glass of water on their desk and call that a pool. I mean, that's basically what Megalodon did when she said, "But I put water in the background," so that she could do stuff that appeals more to Coomers without violating the rules. Anyway, Megalodon goes on to rat out a fellow streamer for doing.
Yeah, Twitch should do that. They aren't doing that because, you know, again, I'm just saying it how it is. You cannot tell me that these people at Twitch don't receive sexual favors from their streamers. You cannot tell me that. You can't tell me that. It is very simple.
Worse than what she did, because that stream did not have a glass of water on her desk or a blow-up pool or a green-screened cave with a small pond, and she's wearing a top that barely covers anything. Honestly, I appreciate her service. Ban both of them. But of course, that's not what happened, and Megalodon's ban wasn't even a big deal. It was like a 24-hour slap on the wrist. Twitch bans when it comes to sexualized content are basically a joke, and I mean there was a girl who was full-on having sex on camera on Twitch, and they gave her like a 1-week ban followed by a bunch of new followers when she got back.
Yeah, true. And I think they banned Asmongold for longer, but they are not for his controversial statement. But they're not banning Hassan. Only after this whole like situation with ad revenue now, because it's horrendous. Like I said, Twitch streams are not making money.
What a punishment. So I don't even know why Megalodon complained about getting a full day off with no long-term consequences. But to my dismay, I found out that the only reason that she got in trouble is because she didn't tag her video properly as sexualized content. So this stuff is perfectly fine on Twitch.
I didn't know that. This chick is stupid. Sorry. Well, then the ban is fully she did it after that. She tried by moving to the correct category. Well, that didn't help, because in this case she started out at the full put a full glass of water on the desk and call that pool and get the fuck out of here. I'm dying. Pretty much, it pretty much is. Zelelu? Hi. How are you doing? I see man watch about intimacy and commented. What? That's interesting. Yeah, in this case, sorry. You got nuked for good reason.
A website that minors use where they can see tons of lewd content in a place that their parents probably thought was safe and didn't think to block because it's just a bunch of people playing Minecraft, right? I actually had to warn a number of parents with young kids who did not know that Twitch had pornography and lewd content on it during the whole artistic nudity scandal where people said, hey, these censor bar streams are kind of messed up, maybe they shouldn't be allowed, followed by Twitch saying, not only are we not going to
wait, drink water every stream I see a ho. Good reminder that I should drink water. Yeah, I'll hate this bitch. I hate this bitch just as much. I forgot her name, but I dislike this chick.
To ban these streams, but we're also going to create new rules that are so vague that they will allow tons of people to openly draw pornography on our website.
Is he gonna bring up Marina? Is he gonna bring up Marina? Possibly. I assume he's gonna bring up Marina. Please bring up Marina, please.
I am genuinely shocked that nobody got fined or went to prison for an act that probably exposed tons of kids to some pretty degenerate material just based on the screenshots that I saw people take when the event happened. Not to say that this is the only problem with Twitch. When Twitch isn't exposing teenagers to porn or gambling, is that still allowed on Twitch? But when Twitch is not exposing teens to inappropriate stuff, it's busy.
Remember, a VTuber used a fully naked model, and I quite literally mean fully naked. Down to the feet. She got banned. She got banned though. But they needed to adjust their TOS again.
Exposing them to violent radical leftist politics that have gone completely unchecked because they banned all of the opposition. So it's just the people who say the craziest shit that are still allowed on Twitch. You have Hassan, who famously said that America deserved 9/11.
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it. Like, we fucking totally brought it on ourselves, dude. Holy shit. We did. We fucking did. In a video game, whatever, hypothetically, politically, we fucking did, man. We did.
If that wasn't bad enough, he also interviewed a terrorist on...
Yeah, remember that situation where he interviewed the terrorist? That was very interesting. That was very interesting.
Stream to talk about his favorite anime.
This is a stupid question. Okay, you can preface it with that. Does he know what One Piece is?
أكيد يعني منذ الطفولة وأنا أشاهد ون بيس لوفي.
Luffy?
Yeah, he said he's been watching it since he was a kid.
No way!
I hate this man with every cell of my body. I'm not participating in pool streams. How dare you tell that to me? You are not even old enough to watch pool streams, by the way. Artistic nudity, that's an interesting way to of calling it porn. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes. That's fire. That's so fire. Oh my god. Dude, we think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do.
Get it? Because they're both pirates? What a cool thing Hassan did by speaking positively about a terrorist and then relating him to a beloved anime character who is the hero of the story. A lot of the radical politics really seem to come from Hassan Piker's group chat. You got Noah Samson defending a woman named Professor Flowers who is willing to use genocide to solve racism, or that time he defended a known doxer named Bad Empanada. Then there's Frogan. I'm sure a lot of you guys have seen this clip where she said,
This fat fucking whale. This fat fucking whale. Look at this waylord. Get the ring out of there. I hope you're not married, because in the Quran says that you have no say in anything until your husband allows it. I remember that a white supremacist shoot at the mosque in New Zealand live in Facebook stream. That was so messed up. That's I hate. You should hate Nazis. You should also hate like radical. You should hate everything that's radical, right? I think that makes sense. Nazis, communists, genocide apologists, whatever it may be, everything that's radical, hate it. Very simple.
Said while stuffing her face that American soldiers deserve to be traumatized by war.
I have no pity at all for any fucking soldiers. I will never have any fucking pity for any fucking soldiers. U.S. military? Boo fucking who? I hope you get PTSD.
I hope you get a new type of diabetes. How about diabetes type 3? What about the tears you didn't send me? Dear, I'm not gonna send you tears.
Yeah, real cool. We have people who are being sent to largely pointless wars because some rich elite wants to sell more Pepsi or some shit, and she wishes mental illness on people who got crippled or saw their friends die. Speaking of someone who laughed at a person for that, last but not least, we have Twitch streamer Denims, who essentially laughs at a different streamer, Tectone, who tells a story of how his dad got PTSD after a friend of his was killed and he himself was horribly injured.
My dad's deployed 17 times. My dad has served for over 40 years in the military. All my family has served. And seeing my brothers before the war and after the war, they became different people. My dad also has PTSD, and it's very awful to fucking see. And they have to relearn that they're safe now. They have to relearn that they're fucking safe.
What do you
Because
mean your
that's
dad had to
the
relearn
feeling
what
that
was
you
okay
don't
and what was
feel
not
the entire
okay?
time you're at war. Is
What
you
does that
don't
mean?
get to feel safe. My dad was in the bathroom stall. One
Brushing
second he's
his
brushing
teeth
his
in the
teeth.
stall?
The next second, he doesn't know where he is. He can't hear, he can't see, and his friend is gone. As well as the majority of the flesh on his legs, as well as the entirety of his ear.
Imagine making fun of veterans, but then sitting on Twitch having your tits out like this. I don't know. He was crying his eyes out. I was not crying, I was slightly sobbing, okay? Slightly. You didn't even hear much. Trust me, if you think I'm a bitch now, yesterday you should have not survived. You would have not survived me. You're a bitch every single day, Raven. That's your natural state of being. Sorry, lady.
Gone. Have you seen my dad? He's pretty much half robot at this point, in case you guys don't know. He's pretty much half fucking robot. Because a mortar hit the bathroom where he was brushing his teeth and killed one of his best friends.
Okay.
And to see
Some people that support Trump are neo-Nazis, conservative, KKK, and the Proud Boys. That's why right-wing extremists on the rise in the United States, Europe too. Time to repeat. Hey, here's the problem, right? Here's the problem, right? Here's the problem. You could say the same things about the other side, right? You could say the same thing about the other side. On the left side, you have communists. You have. Thank you for the sub. I didn't see it, but thank you. You have the same issue. Like, you get extremists on no matter what side you take. That's the problem. No matter what side you take. Also, conservatism is not bad. I don't know why you throw that in with Nazis, KKK, and Proud Boys. What the heck? Because I'm conservative. I'm not something that these people are. So yeah, don't throw me into the same boat as these people. Because then you need to educate yourself properly.
Yeah, that's a pretty horrendous story, and you can see that Denims is smirking and laughing and has no sympathy for a guy losing his friend while brushing his teeth, followed by her lying about Frogan apologizing.
Okay.
And to see some fat bitch go live on the internet and say, I hope they get PTSD. What a horrible fucking thing to say. And now, it would be...
This bitch looking into the camera. I chalk up a little to a live stream. Yesterday, there's no problem with crying every once in a while. Every once in a while, like, it is just specifically for this game. Anything else, like, you can't get me to cry. Mostly because my emotional state is usually always neutral.
It'd be great if she ever does show true remorse and say, I apologize. That was a moment of ignorance.
She literally apologized.
Stupid for me to say. Would be great. But instead, all I've seen is her doubling down. And
She
saying, no,
apologized.
you're misunderstanding me. What a joke.
The problem is that apologies like that are worthless, because if you have apologies like that, they're usually because the backlash is too much. That's just how it is. No, that does not happen to Shulk. What the heck are you talking about?
Dude, these people are such fucking liars, dude. These people are such disingenuous liars.
Keep in mind that I'm not really cutting much here. The moment where she laughs and calls him a liar happens directly after Tectone told the story about his dad. Also, Frogan didn't actually apologize. In fact, she doubled down on this whole thing just to make sure that people knew that she was.
I meant the Confederate supporters, not conservative. I messed up. I'm an idiot. It's okay. It's okay. We make mistakes. But yeah, you have extremists on the other side as well. Because people make fun when you say like both extremists. I think both. There is historical evidence that both political sides end up at the same spot. We go too far left, we end up in a dictatorship. We go too far right, we end up in a dictatorship. You get both things at one side. It's just that the systems are kind of different.
He wasn't sorry about what she said.
Any other motherfucker, you're joining them. You're like, oh my god, I want my fucking Camaro, no student loans. Fuck you. I hope you get PTSD. And they posted it in my head. I'm like, base? Base?
Johnny Somali and her have a really unique they work really well together. You know why? They both have an insanely punchable face. Allegedly. Allegedly. They allegedly have an insanely punchable face.
Like, am I supposed to be like I'm not walking back on it. I still fucking agree with it. Base?
Now, she did write a little something on Twitter, but if you actually read her air quote apology, you can tell she's not sorry, as she had to not only block comments, but preface the tweet with, "Look how evil the US military is," followed by her apology not being for what she said, but for how she worded it. So, horrific dishonesty from Denims in her report of this moment. This Frogan tweet definitely was only written because people...
The thing is, every military has evil in there. Literally everyone. If I go to our German military, they probably have done some fucked up shit in the past. First it was bye-bye, now you're stealing my favorite word in English. Well, will you take my favorite word in German too? You mean du bist schwul? Yeah, it's you look at you could probably look at the Italian military. You'll probably see some horrendous shit that you didn't want to or didn't expect to see. You will find this everywhere. That's why I don't support both sides. I hate politics. My mom had to force me to vote for someone in any election. At this point, it's like, if I vote, I vote for the ones that benefit me the most. Me personally, and the people around me. I don't care about anything else when I vote. I care about like some more grandstanding thing of like, oh, this benefits the majority. I vote for what I think is the best for me and my people. That's it. That's my approach to voting.
People got mad at her, not because she actually had remorse for what she said. Though this defense of Frogan should be no surprise, because when Denims is not pirating Avatar: The Last Airbender or Kitchen Nightmares for views, she's busy being a part of the America Deserved 9/11 squad.
America deserved 9/11. I can't disavow facts, man. I can't disavow reality.
Not to mention that Denims, who apparently is Twitch's largest female political streamer, not that long ago, offered to pay someone to kill a former employee of Blizzard named Mark Kern because she was mad about some take that he had.
Yeah, Mark Kern, also known as Grums. Grums is insanely based, by the way. No, America not... Did the people that lost their lives during 9/11 deserve that? Because that means that there's, you know, if you say that's good, can I say that somebody takes your life that's good? Because, like, hey, if I think it's good, then it's good, right? I don't care. Or if somebody you get killed in the night in the street, I'm not gonna be happy about that. An innocent life was taken.
Had during the Gamergate 2 stuff.
Listen, I'll up the number, okay? 30K to anyone who'll make this dipshit disappear and make Eve's breasts bigger. Okay, you have to do both.
Yeah, she supports the 9/11 attack. Same as Hassan. Hassan is also like this woman and Hassan and some other people. They literally made they are racists. They literally made an ethnicity tier list. That's how bad these people are. And you know, oh, by the way, Ref says this mentioned by Wolf CTRL in the chat here. They made an ethnicity tier list. And you know what the result of that is? Now that all that stuff got leaked, the whole Hassan and Frogan situation, Twitch is facing an apocalypse. They are at their revenue down like 80 to 95%. This might be the last year of Twitch, actually.
All right? Because then it's a win-win for me. I get more breast, and I don't have to see that moron on my timeline anymore.
Now, a lot of people are calling this girl Denims the female Hassan, and personally...
That's a fair point with what you said about a person's life. It's like, can't you see that when you say this, that you also say that these innocent people that were just regularly working in those buildings that died, did they deserve this? If you say that a certain group of people deserves violence, what is wrong with another person saying that another group of people deserve violence that were innocent? With that kind of saying, you how do I put this? You can justify anything that is like a political attack. Anything. You know, instead of going and saying that there should be a certain group of people that should be punished by law that did some evil shit, you say, hey, let's kill the people and some innocent people around that. Which actually reminds me. Actually, no, never mind. I know she's gonna support this Hamas attack too in October last year. She had no soul. This guy right in front of the screen, right, said that girls deserved to get raped because they were rich. I am not kidding. And you know what the irony is about this communist who is also rich? Yeah, that he's a communist and rich. That's the irony. It is so weird. I voted using heal spell and an Archangel, or just roll a dice from snakes and ladders game many times. I guess Alice Ying Shan. Hello, first of all. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. This guy deserves... No. 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 We can't stoop that low to the same level that these people are. We need to be better. He deserves to get banned permanently. Very simple. Now, Twitch won't do that because they support this group of people. And I'm not saying that as a biased opinion because I'm American. It's just like, if the United States are so bad and so evil, that's another hypocrisy with these people. If the United States are so bad and so evil, why are you still here? Why are you still here? And then he says he wants to move to Japan because Trump won. Japan is even more conservative. Like a real grape. He deserves to, like, I don't know, just ban him straight up. Hassan is not only stupid, he's also communist. Yeah, he's also communist, but he's also rich. He's a communist and he's rich.
I think that's an insult to Hassan's intelligence. She makes him look like a genius, and by that, I mean she'll just flat out say the quiet part out loud.
And I do wish Keffels had the same opinion. I mean, I wish all leftists had the same opinion.
Yeah, I don't think Hassan would be this transparent.
China's not really communist. The guy said that there's an actual communist at all. Russia was the only actual communist before they left. Yeah, because they knew that it wasn't sustainable. They knew that it wasn't sustainable. There are no real communists because communism doesn't work. Do I say that capitalism works optimal? No, there are huge problems. There should be no way that companies like Vanguard or BlackRock have control over the housing market. That shouldn't be a thing. But at least people aren't, like, suffering as much as they were under communism. Wait, why do you have an issue when I call you D-Luke, but you don't bitch about it to Deer? I don't have an issue. I just ignore it as well. If giving all guys in the world real grapes solves all our problems, I would donate for giving all the guys in the world grapes. Problem though, we'd run out of grapes pretty damn fast. Yeah. How does ultra nationalists works? I don't think it does. I don't think it does. You clearly do. That is like that is, I rebuke that allegation. I rebuke that allegation. I have no idea. All I'm just saying is extremism is bad. You shouldn't be in either categories. That's like saying, why is Germany still here after the Holocaust? Kind of. Because, you know, I don't know, why are we still here? Just to suffer?
About his actual beliefs, but allow me to add context to this. This was in a stream that Denims did where she reacted to a YouTuber named Mutahar who made a video on a transgendered content creator named Keffels. In that video, Mutahar discussed how Keffels scammed a bunch of people out of something like $100,000 and then blew all of that money on a new streaming computer and drugs or something. But that's not actually the worst of the crimes that this person has committed because Keffels is a child predator who helped traffic drugs to kids.
Hey, that's new.
So they could get synthetic estrogen to transition, which will sterilize them without their parents' permission by funneling them to a service called Otokonoko Pharmacy. For those of you who don't know, in Japanese, Otokonoko means femboy or a guy who cross-dresses when it's spelled like this with the character for daughter. Anyway, I'm not sure if this is YouTube friendly. You can just Google the evidence if you need it. But I will say that the packaging contains the image of a little boy with long hair who is blushing and wearing very revealing clothing that a child should not be wearing, followed by saying something sexual and inappropriate. So, mass...
Can I just say that no hormones for minors? Thank you. Until when they're 18, when they're adult, do what you want. Take your hormones, cut your pee off. I don't care. Do what you want. I don't freaking care. Not minors. Thank you. I am correct. I am correct. She's a Hello Kitty girl. She's a Hello Kitty girl. I am 100% correct about this.
Massive child grooming scandal. You know, make sure you don't tell mommy and daddy kind of stuff. And shockingly, it seems that nobody was arrested for this. In my opinion, everyone involved with trafficking these hormone replacement drugs to minors without their parents' knowledge should be serving very long prison sentences. So understand that when you watch this next clip where Denims defends Keffals.
So, Mutahar made this video. He captioned this Twitter post, uploaded a new video regarding a serious fraud of an activist known as Keffals. Over an hour of deconstructing her various lies and examining her terrible lies will prove to you why she is a danger to people that they represent and those surrounding them. Okay, now, let's talk about a couple things. I'm only interested right now in talking about the thumbnail. Okay?
What? Never in my life have I seen such an obvious sidestepping of the actual issue. I understand that this person committed fraud by stealing $100,000 and trafficked drugs to...
Yeah, but when I talk about my basement, there's nothing down there except wine. When we talk about Hello Kitty, you have Hello Kitty stuff and you like the aesthetic. That's a red flag.
Children that will sterilize them, but this thumbnail is like super offensive. She got outraged because the thumbnail artist drew an uglier Keffals. I mean, could you be less obvious that you're unwilling to criticize a literal child predator simply because they're on the left?
My perspective is, I don't like to spend my time,
Is this bitch defending a child predator? Ban them. Ban them all! The entire group! They're not gonna ban them. They support. Also, can we talk about that? Can we talk about that when somebody that's like controversial likes your tweet or reposts your tweet? Does not mean that you are associated with them. Getting liked or reposted by somebody as controversial is not endorsement of a person. Can we just say that? You aren't any better. Also, we have similar interests, so you're just calling yourself crazy. I don't have Hello Kitty merchandise. That's on you. Don't project your craziness onto me. I'm just crazy because I'm a workaholic. You are crazy because you are crazy. I'm officially concerned.
Going after other people that are on the left, right? And that's just because I think my time is better spent making fun of people on the right. You guys can disagree, and I'm not saying that no one should ever do this, and I'm not saying that I think it's bad to do this. I'm saying I don't like to spend my time fighting with people who are...
So your argument is... Okay, so let me get this straight, okay? Her argument is that, oh, somebody does bad things on my side, but they're only on my side. So I'm gonna go instead of make fun of the other side because it's more fun. But if bad people on my side, I don't care. That's pretty much the argument here. What? I miss the creator of Dragon Ball Z, Akira Toriyama. He passed away on March 1. Goodbye, my friend. Yeah, that day felt like when I got the news, that day felt really weird for me. That day, like I do not know this man, but that was the first time I was like, wow, my childhood died. Once a time in ancient China, a badass started a dynasty with a harem full of Karens. This resulted in a palace full of Oinus. Aren't those who get balls removed? If I remember correctly.
Saying that they're on the left. I think it's much more effective for me to make fun of people on the right instead of, because every minute I'm spending making fun of somebody else on the left, I could be making fun of someone on the right.
This bias is so strong that it should be a crime. Not really, I'm just joking, but you would think
this argument is so dumb. Because if you are supposed to be the good guys, you have to weed out the bad guys on your side. Because if there's more and more bad guys on your side, then we get weird elections where people decide for the side that is also bad but more beneficial. Oh my god.
I think that Kevels has blackmail on Denims or something, based on how hard Denims is caping for this predator.
Does she spend her time making YouTube videos promoting right-wing ideas? No? Okay, great. I'm not spending my time going after this person. That seems stupid. That seems really dumb.
Why would you defend this person? This is insane. Not just because of the whole drug trafficking scheme, but it's also pretty well known that those drugs weren't sterile. Whoever made them got hair in the bottles, and considering that they were injectables, a non-sterile injectable can cause a serious infection. But bringing this back to the main topic, it's not just about the VTubers who do lewd content or sell creepy body pillows for adults, or Twitch streamers who...
I have no idea how Trump will end the Ukraine-Russia war. Good question. I think the best way would be diplomacy, right? Getting, like... Let's face it. Let's face it. Trump will not send any more weapons over there, money over there. That will not happen. I hope it is through diplomacy. I hope, like, they find a way. I mean, he did solve a lot of problems. The world has already reacted to this, right? China has reacted to it. Hamas has reacted to it. North Korea has reacted to it. The hoes have reacted to it, quite literally, 4B. It'll be interesting. Also, buddy, from all the crazy shit I have said, the Hello Kitty cookbook is your biggest issue. No, it's actually... yeah, because, like, I don't consider the stalking a red flag. I'm sorry if you thought that I would consider that a red flag. I'm not. I like dedicated women. I'm just joking.
Use the website as a billboard for their OnlyFans account. Seriously, why are people not calling this child grooming? Especially for the streamers who have been doing it long enough for their underage followers to become old enough to subscribe to their OnlyFans. Women like Amaranth or Morg Pie, who are clearly pushing the line of the Twitch rules so they can get as pornographic as possible.
Hoes! Okay, we can also throw in Project Melody.
Are genuine child predators because they're doing this on a website that shares a lot of its space with children when they could easily go to a space that's for adults. I mean, imagine if it was a bunch of dudes doing this in front of kids. I don't see how everyone was up in arms about Colleen Ballinger and her really cringe ukulele apology, yet these people don't display a tenth of the outrage for multi-millionaire streamers using a website where people play children's games to market their pornography so that they don't have to face the competition on Pornhub. Now, I understand that Twitch doesn't allow you to directly link to your OnlyFans. It's probably just a way to exonerate them from legal liability, but you can just put up a link tree or a website on Twitch that links to your OnlyFans, which only adds about half a second of an inconvenience, and a lot of the girls will advertise by using language that is designed to show you how to easily find their adult content.
It's also that these are hypocrites. We can take a VTuber called Bow the Whale for a second here. She complained that clippers on YouTube sexualize her. But then the day after that, she started an OnlyFans for NSFW content. Yeah. Interesting.
I don't know how this is legal. So it's not just the girls who do this stuff. It's also people like Denims who outwardly defend them. A while back, Shuanhead made a video calling out some of these problems with Twitch, and this is how Denims reacted.
If your problem is with Twitch having content on it that's easily accessible to kids, that is sexual in nature, then you should have been perfectly satisfied when they updated their algorithm and stopped putting that content on people's home feeds and started putting that content with like mature tags, and you have to go and look for it. You should have been satisfied with that.
Yeah, it's not enough. All you have to do is click the Just Chatting section, and you'll see women doing sexualized content pretty quickly.
Yeah, or you just like watch VTubers. There's plenty. There's plenty. It's not just women though. It's also dudes that do the same. Myanmar is just a forgotten war. So many different ethnic rebels, but most countries just ignored it. Yeah, I can bet there's probably wars out there that you don't know of. Aztec games in 2024, culture wars on the internet. True. There's probably wars out there that you don't know of. I'm not talking like just physical wars. I'm also like cyber wars and all that stuff. There's plenty of stuff.
Here's a screenshot of me scrolling through the Just Chatting section for probably a millisecond, and I see this streamer with 1,800 viewers who is thirst trapping and advertising her OnlyFans in the title. Keep in mind that I'm not logged into an account. Then there's this Korean streamer who's doing a stripper dance. I didn't have to log in to see this. I didn't have to see
Your girlfriend. That's wild. That's wild. I don't understand how people can join OF. You're losing your dignity. That is, if you had any dignity to begin with. It will never be removed from the internet. These women believe that it can be removed from the internet. Just watch the whatever podcast. Just once. There was a chick who said, you can just like, DMCA, you can just like claim it and take it down. Funny just that these people have saved it and will just re-upload it. If you have kids in the future, they will be affected by it. They will 100% be bullied by it. But you know, they can cry in a Ferrari and 90% make no money. I think like the average is like $180 per month. That's the average.
say I was 18, there wasn't even some sort of safe search that blurs the thumbnail by default so I don't see this kind of content when I scroll down. And by the way, YouTube isn't perfect on this either, but at least you have to know the specific search terms to find pornography on this website. It's not something that you're going to bump into on accident just by navigating the site. The difference between that and Twitch is that I'd always known that Twitch had pornography on it, even though I never really used the website. However, with YouTube, it took me over a decade of regular use to learn that there was adult content on it. The increased difficulty in finding sexualized content on YouTube is going to prevent a lot of kids from stumbling upon it on accident when they're young. Not to mention that Denims is fully coping here with how easy it is to find inappropriate streams on Twitch.
If you have an issue with
just go VTubers. You'll find plenty of sexualized content with ease. Very easy, trust me. Very easy. Gen Beta is coming. Imagine being called a beta. A Zoomer, an alpha, a beta is coming in 2025. I'm Gen C, but my future kids are gonna be Gen Beta. I'm so shocked. I will rate if I ever have kids, which the likelihood is low. I know. But if I ever have any, I will raise them the way I was raised. I will raise them millennial Zoomer style. I know what works and doesn't work.
naked women making softcore on a website full of children, you're the problem. How does the overall well-being of society affect you, bigot? Most of the internet seems to agree that this Twitch thing was wrong, but there were a lot of people mad at me and others for pointing out the obvious.
That was like 5 leaps there. That was like 5 leaps. You want to see how much of a non-issue this is? Go to Twitch right now. Here's my Twitch homepage. Stop. Let's see what we got. Let me zoom.
Have you been donated by your fan recently? Even $1? I did receive memberships before, or donate super chats and stuff. Thank you for the 99 cents. I appreciate it, Alice. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's sweet. Anyone that doesn't like Shuit, I don't like. Yeah, I like Shoe a lot. Shoe on Head a lot. I do like her. She has base takes. Pokemommy. Twerk Friday. Okay.
Zoom out.
There's
Invader V. Remember when I said there was this chick who said like, you don't have to give me a lot of money. It's just $5. Just any money. That's Invader V. That's the chick in the top right corner. Horrible person.
no lewd content on
But 1.9k viewers
on Twitch. Meanwhile, within the first second, she passes by Invader V, whose content comes with this warning when you click on it. It's not a huge barrier, you just have to click yes, but it's still inappropriate content. Then she scrolls by.
I really don't understand the men that watch this. Instead of watching these, I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna straight up say it. Instead of watching these whores work on yourself, do something beneficial for you and get an actual partner. Become worthy of somebody. Become worthy of a partner instead. Instead of watching a random chick throwing money at her, do something. You don't have to live this miserable way. You don't have to. No, Pokemommy is a great name. You're weird. Sorry for being repetitive, but it's true. He really is a Super Saiyan lesbian. True. Oh, TFS. I love it. Imagine Mr. Beast donated you 10k USD. That will be That would be amazing. I would put that all into the channel. I'll be real. The entire 10k. I'll be real.
This channel that has more sexualized content than I saw from Invader V, but had no maturity filter on it. In fact, I clicked on a number of things that would qualify as worse than Invader V without being logged in, and I was never asked to age verify for them. So Denims actually scrolls past 4 different channels that I noticed that are displaying lewd content. She reminds me of that infomercial lady who is excessively bad at using common household items to make whatever product they're selling look better. And what I mean by that is that she's feigning incompetence here to make it look like Twitch doesn't have a problem.
This one is fair. Did you see how far I had to fucking scroll to find one? Guys, I saw a woman wearing yoga pants and a woman wearing a bunny suit and fishnet. There are literally thousands of channels that are...
Yeah, and I've seen women sitting on a glass chair with a camera up their butt. I'm very sorry, but Twitch has a problem. That's just how it is. I'm very sorry, but Twitch has a problem.
Live every single fucking day. And out of all of the channels, there's been what? One that's maybe a little too far? Come on, there's gotta be better things to complain about. There's gotta be.
I mean, it only took you about 30 seconds to find something on a front page that you said contained no adult content. Also, it was at least 4 channels, not 1. Yes, the yoga pants one counts. But more importantly, there should be 0. You shouldn't be allowed to do this in a space where children are present. There's a reason why you aren't allowed to go into a strip club until you're 18 or 21. But the more you put this inappropriate stuff in shared spaces with kids, the easier it's going to be for them to access it, and the more kids will be exposed to lewd content from a young age. Also,
this is so harmful to kids because you can get, like, we can just, like, use, remember the North Korean soldiers being stationed in Russia, getting hooked on pornography? Quite literally, immediately they got access to the internet. That's what you're doing to kids. Especially young men. Because that's the pipeline. You watch lewd Twitch content and then you go to more hardcore stuff. Just like, a lot of women read lewd books. And that is the pipeline into videos.
So, I can imagine the fact that Denims has an OnlyFans account where she does lewd cosplay content, and the fact that she's friends with some of the child grooming porn streamers probably doesn't generate any sort of bias on this topic from her. Though I will say, just to add some charitability here to Denims, during the middle of the Shoe on Head stream, she did say that Pornhub is causing a lot of body dysmorphia, as well as unrealistic expectations where viewers will compare themselves to male porn stars who can last an obscene amount of time, to the point where it's most likely painful to the women they're working with. Meanwhile, the reason the guys can last so long is because they're on Viagra. So, good take there. People need to think about where their expectations are coming from. Moving back to the anime stuff and why I've grown to dislike a lot of the anime community as I get older, despite the...
I'm just happy that I got out of this almost again immediately. I'm so happy that I stopped when I had a chance to turn back.
The fact that I've watched it my entire life, while I do like the storytelling medium, what I don't like is how increasingly porn-brained anime has become since isekai got popular after the success of Sword Art Online, particularly when it comes to sexualizing children or underage characters. Sword Art Online isn't the only popular isekai that sexualizes middle schoolers or younger. No Game No Life sexualizes children, Mushoku Tensei has some weird scenes, and there are also a number of dog-whistling shows like Shield Hero that don't do anything explicit but conveniently have the main hero with a party full of little girls, one of which who insists on sleeping with him in the same bed. Also, there's a different hero in that show who is a literal pedo. It's not just Shield Hero, though. ReZero has a lot of lolicon dog whistling too, as at least up until the middle of Season 2, none of the child characters who get any screen time are male. One of the child characters is just randomly naked in multiple scenes for no reason. They could have easily animated her with clothes on during those.
Yeah, anime has always been like this. And no matter how much you complain about it, you won't get rid of it. Do I find it weird? Like the whole childlike characters, even if they're not canonly a child? Sure. Is it a crime? Nope. Can't do much about it, so I don't care. It's very simple. I don't care. It's fictional characters. If you lust of an actual child, it will pound your face harder into the ground than the Hulk is smashing Loki. But that's besides the point. I think he also got his ass beat for his weird take on Frieren
scenes, but don't worry, she's 400 years old. Last, there's this inappropriate relationship that the 17-year-old protagonist has with a 12-year-old girl. Now, normally, you would think that this show having multiple scenes like this is not that big of a deal, because children romanticizing their older peers is not uncommon in real life, and the main character is very clearly not romantically interested in her, so my initial opinion on this kind of content wasn't as pessimistic. But then you go on Twitter and criticize Lolicon, and see that it's blatantly obvious that this stuff is in the show, because certain fans are fetishizing it.
Boo! Seriously? You in for a fight? Oh, are you serious? You looking for a...
But I also have to admit, and I can 100% say, that anime wasn't this degenerate when I was younger. I have to... That is an undisputable fact that I have to admit, that anime wasn't this degenerate when I was younger. And I think I might even find the reason for that, which is that a lot of mangaka who draw regular manga that can be adapted into anime are also hentai artists. Because regular mangas don't make the amount of money that they should, unfortunately. But yeah.
A fight with that sign? Fetishizing lollies? Pedophilia? You really looking for a fight? Seriously?
Now, some people on the internet might say, it's just a drawing. No one's getting hurt. Well, for one, sexualizing children is disgusting whether it's a drawing or not. And I don't think that dog-whistling shows like ReZero and Shield Hero are all that much better morally. I also think the hypersexualization in anime in general is affecting people, and it's affecting people to the extent that they are so porn-brained that, like Twitch streamers, they don't notice how inappropriately they're behaving in public spaces where children are allowed. Early porn introduction is not just something that weirdos like Chris Tyson do on
Yeah, Chris Tyson is a special, also is a different case, right? Because he's also had associations with somebody who drew like actual CP. Like that guy took Keemstar's daughter and made art of Keemstar's daughter doing sexually explicit stuff with Donald Trump. Really weird. Jail this man. I agree with that sign. I just don't care. To be honest, I don't care. Instead of use a hammer, dude, remove that pic. You're getting that pic.
Discord. Stuff like this happens at anime conventions pretty frequently. For example, here's an anime convention where artists were selling lewd photos of men and women right out in the open. Many of those pictures only having small, pasty-like stars to cover up their private areas. Unfortunately, I didn't get a picture of it, but one of these displays was right in front as you walked into the exhibit hall, meaning at an all-ages convention, porn was one of the first things that you could see, and these kind of displays are not that uncommon at anime conventions. Now for a second, I want you to look at this image here. Most people, outside of radical leftists,
that is not okay. We can say this is not okay. Absolutely heckin' not. What is this? What am I looking at? Get that child away from these men. Thank you.
think this kind of thing, or the much worse things that happen at pride parades, are pretty inappropriate. However, when the same kinds of things happen at anime conventions, nobody seems to notice. It is very common for people to carry signs that say, "I'll step on you for $5. Well, that's technically a sexual favor, and if they actually got paid $5 for it, that's prostitution. In a public space with kids. Speaking of Megalodon, I don't know if she charged for it, but she has provided this service at TwitchCon, which allows 13-year-olds. And she's not the only Twitch streamer that's done this. Amaranth is famous for doing this type of thing as well. Now, personally, I think I have a fairly moderate position on this. If you want to have your furry anime convention with guys wearing Party City maid dresses,
why would you let you step? I don't know. It's weird just to let you step on that. I carry a knife. Oh my god. And you were asking dear if you are normal. Sure. I agree that drawing or not, CP is wrong. I agree. It's just that, let's be honest, you won't get rid of that. You won't get rid of that. No matter what you do, it is ingrained, literally ingrained in Japanese culture. You will not get rid of this. And like most of the time, I really don't care.
or girls doing Kill la Kill cosplays with barely any clothes on, then by all means, go ahead. Just make it 18+. If you want to watch porn, rot your brain, and damage your ability to have sex with an actual person, I don't care. Just keep it on the adult websites and not—
Sign of Hello Kittyfication? Yeah. Yeah, true.
Not in the mixed spaces. Keep it away from kids as much as possible in the hopes that they don't become addicts like many adults are today. And stop making anime that sexualizes children. But it's so ridiculous that there are so many simple changes that we can make to keep tons of kids from getting access to this stuff, yet nothing really gets done. Everyone wants to say that it's only the parents' responsibility, or it's the corporations, or it's the government. It's not just one of those things, it's all of them. It's all of our responsibilities to work together to keep this stuff away from—
It's a collective responsibility. It's a collective responsibility. However, in order to, how do I put this, desexualize society, you would need to make clear that watching NSFW content is wrong. However, we will never undo this. We cannot turn this around in a way where it will go into the other direction. I think actually it might get worse. I think it might actually get worse than better.
From kids for as long as possible, so they aren't getting access to adult content at like 7 years old. When people realize that this is a collective effort, we'll actually start making progress on this issue. Anyway, thanks for watching.
Anime goes to nah. I don't believe in that pipeline. Because the full B, like the real full B movement, not the whatever the United States has, because that is not a full B movement. You're throwing a temper tantrum because you didn't win the election. That's very simple, right? The actual full B movement goes way deeper than that. When we look at the actual full B movement in Korea, bye Raven, take care. When we look at that, we can see that the root problem is Korean men. Because Korean men actually hate women. They actually see them as lesser. They actually hate pregnant women. Because them being pregnant means that they have slept with another guy. I am not kidding. I've seen this stuff. That is not a joke. Now, is the birth rate that low because of that? No. It's a factor, but the birth rate is also low because South Korea is horrendous to live in. It's horrendously expensive. Like, what feminists here call misogynists? You're like, on a scale in comparison to Korean men, you're like a 0.5 out of 10. Korean men are built different when it comes to that stuff. But yeah, that was a good video. That was a good video. I agree with a lot he said. What I want to watch next? Fat people watch out. Why? I guess fat people have to watch out because of of the United States new health minister, apparently, like health guy. Let's watch. You know, I wanna lose it. Let's watch Alyssa McConaughey.
All right,
Alyssa McConaughey is special. You'll find out quickly why she's special. Alyssa McConaughey, criticism not welcome by Tom Dark. Let's get into it.
All right, I'm traveling again, so we get to deal with the even better quality the last time. Let's go. I know I come across as some kind of mysterious figure, you know, I'm sort of like a Batman type guy, you know, coming here to tell you guys about all the losers, creeps, guyats, you know, stuff of that assortment. But believe it or not, I actually do have a rich cultural background with a lot of fascinating hobbies and interests. And I think right now is as good a time as ever to really connect with you guys.
This is an interesting start to Alyssa McConaughey video. She's pretty much the replacement of Anita Sarkeesian, if you know who that is. But not really.
And fully come out of the closet to show you guys the real me. I have been hiding this for many long years, and honestly, it nearly brings a tear to my eye to be able to tell you guys that now I think the climate is safe enough for me to come out. I am a gamer. I know. Okay, you guys around here don't have to clap, all right? It's not that big of a deal. I mean, I do appreciate the support, obviously. It's been a very long journey. Thank you, turkeys.
Understandable. I'm also a gamer. I'm officially coming out as a gamer. That means also I'm a Nazi, at least to people like Alyssa McConaughey.
Squad!
My life is like a video game, trying hard to beat the stage.
But yes, it's true. I've been a secret gamer this entire time, all right? I even wore those awesome t-shirts with that hunchback green guy who was like, video games, I fucking hate my sister and my mom. She ate my homework. Ninjas and pizza are freaking awesome. I was that cool kid in the hallway. I had the gamer shirts. My mom loved me, unlike yours. And I'm sure you fellow gamers know this, but as gamers, we really need to stick together. We are an oppressed group of people constantly fighting for our fucking...
You aren't a gamer, and you are a femboy.
gamer lives, all right? Everybody wants a piece of the gamer pie, and we are about to be its victims, all right? And as gamers, as we all know, there's been a lot of adversaries in the past, but I think the original and perhaps the most natural-born enemy of the gamer is the games journalist. Like Redditors and chuddies, gamers and game
Redditors, game journalists, what else? What is that under? Tumblr. That is one. That is one. Special kind. Very special. Oh man, the Tumblr people. You can't I'm in Call of Duty. You can't aim in Call of Duty or any FPS game. I was pretty good in Killzone 2 and 3, so I can't complain really. I was pretty good at that game.
Game journalists are basically sworn enemies. These guys were genetically destined to hate each other, whether it's Anita Sarkeesian with Feminist Frequency or Zoe Quinn with Gamergate, and of course, we can't forget my personal favorite, just full of the exaggerated swagger of a black teen. Gaming journalists are pretty much a joke for all gamers, and it really shows.
I wrote a blog post a while ago about why I f***ing hate video games, because this is what it does. It appeals to like the male fantasy.
I love that clip. I love that clip because it was used in so many memes. The male fantasy. No shit. I think it is strongly certain that the gamers are 80% male. Let's highball it to 70. So yeah, video games appeal to the male fantasy.
And like how much time the designers probably put into like building that woman's body. This game is bull. I'm sorry.
And it's no
I love the silly shit you could do. You could do in Just Cause 3. Love it.
Small secret that the divide between gamers and game developers has grown as well. Even disregarding the entire Gamergate fiasco, it's becoming very clear to a lot of people that certain developers and games journalists are kind of working hand in hand to maybe have some kind of agenda or message that they want to send out to the community. And I think when you see this at first, you think it's like some kind of shadowy conspiracy of like people to push wokeness or whatever the fuck, but in reality, if you look into it, it's like 4 people who are just really annoying and people are just really sick of them. With my personal favorite actually being the subject of today's video, alright? My personal favorite Brooklyn hipster far-left bisexual liberal activist with NPD and BPD that used to work as a sex worker and later jumped into clickbait journalism and writing hate clickbait articles about hating gamers on Kotaku is a senior editor.
This bitch was handed around. That's Elizabeth Conte. I hate this bitch. I dislike this chick so much.
All right, she is the one, the only Alyssa Mercante. Everybody, can I get a round of applause? Not this time? All right, well, geez, she's my girlfriend, guys. Be nice, okay? I know she's not, she's not all that, but I love her.
Do you really want to be her boyfriend? This might, if that might be just the most accurate version of purgatory.
To death. She also likes to glaze Hassan Piker, my personal favorite gamer.
We have a couple different things that we need to infiltrate.
You're pretty busy.
Yeah. So I'm sorry
I know
for
I
not.
was gonna pick your brain about gamers and politics, but
Yeah, we can do it another time.
Hey, the most femboyish I did is I once wore a short rainbow skirt over a pair of jeans for my couples partners. I mean, hey. If you want to do that, you can do that. I don't care. I'm a female RuneScape player. I have been since I was a kid. Okay. It is what it is. I mean, if you like RuneScape, I mean, I don't care. I'll be real. I don't care what you play as long as you play something. We will understand each other.
Time?
yeah, sounds good. Well,
Okay.
good luck.
Perfect.
You are tall. He's a tall guy.
Zaddy is getting cupped. Hell yeah. No.
Also, whenever a video click in, there's at least one time Hassan is mentioned. Zaddy. Ugh. Ugh. I mean, they would work very well together. Games are not good anymore. It's the same shit. That's why other YouTubers saying games are boring now, but games are good back in the day. I think it is a lot of reasons. It's first of all, gamers are not making any games anymore. The devs are not gamers. They're either corporate people, activists, or whatever. This is why a lot of games are bad, or they like to push any political message. Like, there were good games this year. Wukong, Warhammer 40k, crazy game. Helldivers 2, also really good, except for the disaster with the community manager and the whole nerfing. They killed their own game and the whole Sony situation. And of course the quality of the games. And I think why games are bad is to one simple reason. And it's development time. And hardware. Because remember, back then, you had limited hardware. That means you had to get creative to put something in the game that usually wouldn't be possible. This is why Nintendo is so successful. They can create amazing games with outdated hardware, because they know how to work around the hardware. It's like all of these problems. Bad quality, activism, people not knowing what they're doing. For example, Ubisoft. They don't know what they're doing. They are hypocrites. They say one thing and do another thing. They can't make a decision. That's why they're gonna fail. Ubisoft is in the trenches. I don't think Assassin's Creed Shadows will save will save them.
No. So, yeah, pretty much Alyssa is the quintessential journalist that gamers have had a lot of contempt for. And I'm sure she shares in that regard, you know, sort of towards the opposite side.
Or how one wise man said it. They're not making games for gamers, they're making games for game journalists.
It's actually pretty crazy how she's behind nearly every recent gaming controversy.
And I also think one big problem that adds to that is live service. There are games out there that would survive, that would be successes without being live service. Cause see, you have a limited amount of players, right? They didn't realize this. You have a limited amount of people, right? For example, hero shooters. You have Overwatch. There was no reason for Concord because Overwatch already existed. So the only way to get players to play Concord was for Concord to be better. Concord wasn't better. It was a mid-game filled with activism. That's it. It wasn't even a bad game. It was just like, why are you there? Nobody wanted you.
Like, I think literally everything in the past year or two has had her associated in some way, shape, or form. Or if she's not associated, she wants to be. She gets in there every time. For all intents and purposes, if you've never heard of Alyssa, think of her as like kind of a discount Anita Sarkeesian. She just has a few more tattoos and really loves glazing Hassan Piker like a lot.
Zaddy's getting cupped. Hell yeah. Did I hear Zaddy's getting cupped? Hell yeah, brother.
Now, Alyssa's claim to fame and probably her biggest...
I feel violated. I feel violated now. Cat! Kitty cat! I have my cat here, kitty cat.
Controversy to date, the thing that people really hate her for, is this article she wrote about the Sweet Baby Inc. controversy. In fact, the entire Sweet Baby Inc. controversy, to me, is a great example of something that, you know, really probably was not as big of a deal as people thought it was. Like, they're a relatively small company. Their influence is not nearly as wide as people think it is. But because certain people try to kind of like hide and censor and just like draw attention away from that story, more and more attention was drawn to it and it became a giant thing. Basically, Sweet Baby Inc. is a consulting team of writers and narrative designers. On their website, it reads, "Our mission is to tell better, more empathetic stories while diversifying and enriching the video games industry." But some people started looking into the employees and sifting through old tweets and videos of the people that work for this company, and they started to theorize that basically the real Sweet Baby Inc. was like not really a real writing consulting firm, but rather a woke DEI company that forces political ideologies in their games, as well as like pushing like stuff like race swapping for no reason to kind of appeal to the diversity crowd. To give the people who really don't like Sweet Baby Inc. credit here, there are a lot of really funny clips. Like there's this really great clip of one of the co-founders talking about how they want to terrify people to put diversity in their games, or they're gonna face the consequences.
If you're a creative working in AAA, which I did for many, many years, put this stuff up to your higher up.
Game Bel Air, here, as usual. Threatening people with the consequences of like cancel culture and stuff.
And if they don't see the value in what you're asking for when you ask for consultants, when you ask for research, go have a coffee with your marketing team and just terrify them with the possibility of what's going to happen if they don't give you what you want.
I usually get grossed out when straight white people kiss, but even I think those two are pretty cute.
Do you like free things? Do you like awesome things? Well, today I partnered with GamerSubs to give away free samples using my code.
Yeah, that this
I do not like ads.
Company is very concerned with putting politics in games rather than making the story good, right? Because to be clear, there are undoubtedly a lot of people who see like quote unquote DEI or wokeness in games, and that's just because it's like a black guy, and it's like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? But for a lot of people, Sweet Baby Inc. is not just about something.
DEI is not there's a black guy, or there's a gay guy, or there's a bi guy. DEI is we need a big gay guy because we need to tick a box. It doesn't matter if the character is well written. It doesn't matter that the character plays any good role. We just need a gay guy for funding. Very simple.
As benign as that, right? It's a deeper conversation. And in response, there would be a Sweet Baby Inc. curator, a Steam group created that would essentially tag games that had Sweet Baby Inc. associated with them, so people knew which games to not buy, I guess, if they were on the fence. Which, you know, that is their right. I think that there is maybe, you know, once again, this conversation is not so black and white as with all political conversations, you know, like one side is like really annoying and the other side in opposition to being annoying can kind of become even more annoying, which I think to an extent is what happens a lot of the time. And in this, you know, world of stuff, I think that the conversation around this stuff in games, you know, it may have started, I think, a lot of the time with a lot of very benign intentions of just like, hey, you know, it's kind of fucking cringe to just shove gay shit in video games with no justification or reason behind it. Like, you guys have seen the way that a lot of this sort of stuff is unnecessarily forced into media when it doesn't really need to be there. There's nothing wrong with having gay people in video games or having gay people in movies, having literally any diversity in a movie. It's totally fine. I think that the real concern, if you have one with this kind of stuff, should be when it's inserted and done poorly. But from here, the narrative kind of becomes that this group, which is looking into Sweet Baby Inc., was actually secretly made to harass people and the game developers. And it wasn't just a tool for people who don't want to play these games, right? It was secretly harassing the journalists, and it was really going out of their way to destroy them and destroy their lives. Now, this is the really wacky part, okay? So stick with me here, because we're getting pretty deep. Everything was kind of fine and dandy despite all this, until one day, out of the blue, a Sweet Baby Inc. employee would go on Twitter calling out this detector group and calling for it to get taken down.
Yeah, Chris Kindred, who was fired by Sweet Baby. Funny how we go down the Sweet Baby route again. Chris Kindred is also the person that said that Akira Toriyama was racist for Mr. Popo. Though Popo is not a black person. Which, if you actually did some research on what the characters were supposed to symbolize, you would know that it's actually, I think, related to either Japanese or Hindu deity. But again, you don't know that because if you couldn't get brownie points.
Down, linking to the group as well as the group's creator to report the fuck out of them. This right here is what really started this controversy and why such a major outcry has been coming from almost everyone who began pouring out, you know, talking about Sweet Baby Inc., criticizing them. And it absolutely skyrocketed the fuck out of this sort of like Gamergate 2 movement, if that's what you want to call it. Regardless of what you think about Sweet Baby Inc. and if it's even important or if it's like a straight up retarded conversation to have in the first place and all these gamers are fucking idiots, which if you think that, fine, like whatever. It doesn't seem to be the case that this group was created insinuated to harass the devs in any way. And when you try to censor this kind of stuff, when you try to censor the existence of a group that has, you know, just as much of a right to exist as anything else, you're gonna get a lot of shit. And then, because the gamers were mad, you got pushback on the other side. You got pushback from mainstream gaming journalists who went absolutely fucking hard in the paint. They were calling gamers racist chuds who were harassing an innocent company, despite the first serious stone here really being thrown by an employee trying to get them shut down. And probably the biggest article written about all of this was, of course, by our dear friend, Alyssa Mercante, titled, Sweet Baby Inc. doesn't do what some gamers think it does.
How old is this video? 4 days. Okay.
To give you guys a little summary of this article and what it's about, essentially Alyssa makes the argument that Sweet Baby Inc. doesn't actually have a lot of effect on writing and gaming, and it's just a consulting company to make sure the writing is good. But the problem with that is that it's kind of clearly not the case.
It's not, because they wrote the entire story for Unknown 9, which that game at one point had 3 players on Steam. Man.
Several lead writers and influencers that work at Sweet Baby Inc. are directly the heads of some of these games, and they have a big influence, undoubtedly. You can't really deny that.
Kotaku directly cites Kim Belair and states that Sweet Baby only worked on Suicide Squad, quote, long after the story was written, end quote. However, looking at IMDb, that doesn't seem to make sense to me. In the official credits, we see names, 3 names, Grant K. Roberts, Amy Lee Shaw, and Kim Belair. Grant Roberts is a lead script writer, Amy Shaw was a junior writer, and Kim Belair was a regular writer. Kim Belair is obviously, as we've already stated multiple times, the CEO and founder, but Grant Roberts works as a narrative at Sweet Baby, meaning that a Sweet Baby employee held the position of lead script writer on a project where the CEO claims they came in long after the story was written.
And this, along with the aforementioned video of the founder talking about terrifying developers into allowing DEI in their games or whatever, led to Alyssa's article really falling on deaf ears for pretty
Caught in 4K. My guys, caught in 4K. Yeah, this doesn't seem like they're just long after involved. If they're not involved, why lie? If they're not that bad.
much everyone, only further fueling what many are calling Gamergate 2, which is absolutely heating up right now and has gotten crazy, and trying to learn about this shit is fucking cancer. I promise you, this is like one of the most autistic things I've ever looked into in my life. So in response to all of that happening, Alyssa went on Twitter and said she was being cyberbullied and sent death threats by the evil Gamer Brigade. Unfortunately, she didn't really provide a lot of proof when asked. I mean, it is possible that people were sending her that kind of stuff, you know, when anybody gets a lot of criticism.
It's always funny when, like, any person, not just Alyssa McContent, but when any person goes and says that they received threats and insults in DMs and, like, from other people. It's like, proof? You're accusing people of doing that. Where's the proof? They usually never post the proof.
Online, you're gonna kind of, you know, experience some level of that, but for some reason she just wouldn't provide proof. You know, in a way, Alyssa is very similar to another person I've covered on my channel before, and that is our favorite queen, Anissa Jamaha. Not only because they're both somewhat misandrist and have some very swag tattoos. Love that ink. I love that ink. I love that ink. I love that ink. But they also both don't really take very well to criticism, even if it's mild. If they get any kind of pushback or criticism at all, there's kind of two routes. One, I was just pretending to be an idiot and actually I fooled you into hating me. Or secondly, I am a victim. And unfortunately, in Alyssa's case, it actually gets a little bit worse because she started encouraging deplatforming, which is obviously not a good thing.
And violence. She said she wanted to pick a fight with Melanie Mac. She wanted to box her.
That I, you know, I don't really like that. A great example of this is Alyssa's involvement in reaction to the farm folks drama. What the fuck am I doing? The the farm folks drama. The farm folks situation is crazy, guys. The farm folks situation has just evolved, and you won't believe what happens next. It's kind of a messy, weird, strange, esoteric situation, but here's what happened. So the Twitter account of a game called Farm Folks made a joke tweet about breast physics in their game. A little bit of a harmless boob joke, okay? Who doesn't like that? Do you guys remember those breast cancer bracelets from like 2009 that just said I heart boobies, and then like people would just wear them and be like, huh, yeah, I care about cancer so much. That was me, by the way. I mean, I was 7, but that is me. Well, apparently the very stuffy, no fun allowed Zoomer crowd, which unfortunately are people in my generation, which sucks, they started giving Farm Folks some backlash, which ended up making them make a statement on Twitter where they apologized for the
Never apologize to idiots. Why do people not learn this? This was back in April, but regardless, if you didn't make a mistake, don't apologize. These people don't want you to apologize. They want you to submit.
very harmful joke about inflating amazing giant breasts that might even fill up this whole room. I wrote that in the script. Alyssa then made a very clickbaity Kotaku article about the controversy where she kind of stoked the flames further and lied by claiming that the Farm Folks CEO implied that all gamers were incels. So the actual CEO of Farm Folks called her out on Twitter for pushing a narrative and kind of trying to use this Farm Folks controversy as if it's like some kind of big own on the incels out there. And then Alyssa replied essentially gloating about the fact that she was kind of misrepresenting things and, you know, just fucking around. She's fucking around, all right? She's being silly. And the CEO then responds again with a very, very based, very true, pilled line, some may say, where they say, "You've been using me as a tool against your nemesis. You misrepresented a few of my points." Basically, Alyssa used this entire controversy as a
Yeah, but she does that a lot. She does that a lot where she misrepresents situations. Now, that's a general thing for video game journalists. To be honest, she's actually pretty much like Frosk. She's very accurate to Frosk. Hey, Stormtrooper, hi, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. But yeah, she's like, you can draw parallels to Frosk back like a few years. I don't even know where that woman is.
A tool to send out the message that all gamers are racist incels because, as always, she seems to really hate video games and gamers despite being like a gaming journalist, which is like, you know.
This is so weird. This is so weird. Imagine being a gamer, hating games, and people that play games. Sounds like a lot of self-hate, Alyssa. Hey man, I had enough of my siblings using my Wi-Fi. Out of them! Away! They won't listen. That's just how siblings are, right? My younger sibling is an adult. Yeah, already, and like... Yeah... He's not gotten any reasonable in the last 5 years.
It seems like a weird field. It seems like a weird field to pick if you don't really like it. But that's not where it ends. Oh no. It's only going to get more heated from here on out, okay? So a YouTuber called Smash JT then covered this entire Farm Folk situation, to which Alyssa started crying about it on Twitter. She said that people were trying to kill her, but then she took it an extra step, okay? She was feeling a little bit feisty that day. So what was Alyssa's feisty response here?
Again, proof. If you say anything, proof. The accuser has to deliver proof. Very simple. They don't do that.
Response to people calling her out for misrepresenting the CEO of Farm Folks to push an agenda she wanted to push. What was her response here? How did she deal with this? Well, it was by it was by targeting Smash JT's wife. The only logical thing you could possibly do. I can't speak to the nature of your relationship or what kind of father he is, but I certainly wouldn't want my partner harassing women online over video games and platforming the people that are threatening to kill them. It seems like something he shouldn't be so invested in at his age. And this pissed off Smash JT so much that he created the hashtag #EndKotaku on Twitter, as well as Kotaku Detected, which is a new page specifically dedicated to...
Not only that, I think Alyssa has left Kotaku. So there's that. Even my Wi-Fi turned from connect to to connect without internet. That bad? That bad? Ugh.
To pointing out people associated with that company. He went on a straight up fucking warpath. Like now, things are eating up even more. But Alyssa's interest in talking about Smash JT did not stop there, oh no. During a stream that he appeared on as a guest, Alyssa started flexing in the chat that she had raised $22,000 for Trans Lifeline to try and own him, to be like, I did a good thing, you didn't do a good thing, I did a good thing. And then Smash JT's reaction to that was kind of, I mean, it was pretty funny, okay? It was pretty funny, I can't lie.
Ryan, shut up. Alyssa,
I don't
There's
care
no way.
anymore. You're a
There's
fucking
no way.
digital
No,
prostitute.
you can't be.
Ryan, shut up.
Now, by this point in time, Alyssa had been getting heavy pushback by a lot of different
Imagine getting called a digital prostitute, so I did my own thing. Okay.
gamers, and instead of kind of, backing off and letting it die down, she decided to fan the flames even further by going on stream and telling anyone who disagreed with her to fight her, as well as saying, we don't want you stinky gamers.
Maybe say, we don't want you around if you're going to be a cunt.
Yeah.
And hateful. And that the games industry is diverse naturally. Not because anyone's making them be diverse. Because the world is diverse, you stupid motherfucker.
Interesting. Now, when we look at the aim statistic of male and female players, we find something very interesting. In most genres, it's at 80-20 or 70-30 situation. Makes you think. For example, fighting games, 80-20. Why are fighting games being diversified if like male and female, the difference is that huge? Maybe because the world isn't that diverse?
Well, as it turns out, another YouTuber named Vara would actually take Alyssa up on that offer, saying that she would 100% be willing to fight her. Take her in the ring with some Krav Maga, a little bit of fucking Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, okay, a little bit of water bottle technique, a little bit of
That could have probably been a better fight than Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson. That was such a sad fight.
gay sex, a little bit of fighting, a little bit of Joe Roganism, okay, a little bit of Jocko Willink in there. They were gonna go toe to toe.
Because she decided to say nobody wants to take her up on her offer, I decided to. I put up a tweet and said, can't hit up this little bitch who's
Be right back, man. Yeah, do what you need to do.
hiding behind a block. So send me a DM and let's talk match details. And I am very serious.
And Alyssa actually responded to that, and then Keemstar of all people, because he has to be in every fucking story, I can't avoid this fucking bald guy. He chimes in and says that his company, Happy Punch, would gladly help set up their fight. Now, to the surprise of not a lot of people, Alyssa ended up backing out of the fight, saying that she would want to do it for charity, and that she just refused to give Keemstar any money because he is truly evil. Which, frankly, he is Italian, so, I understand her position. But then she messaged Vara personally and said that they could meet up in private because she actually generates content or something. I don't know what the fuck she's smoking, but she obviously knows they're not gonna like meet up in private to fight alone or something. Like, you're just gonna fight like behind.
Yeah, if you fight in like in an official setting where like you have cameras on you, right? That's how it usually would be.
A Denny's, is that what your idea was? We're gonna fight behind a McDonald's. And Alyssa then blocked Vara, so it kind of ends this whole little saga at this point. And it sucks to see because you know what? To her credit, regardless if you like her or not, I think this would have been some really great.
Of course, of course. Block your adversaries. But now your tweets can be seen, Alyssa. Your tweets can be seen by people that you blocked.
Content, but of course when it comes to most kind of online threats and tough guy acts online, or in this case tough girl, they're almost always empty and toothless, unfortunately. So despite being a self-proclaimed activist that fights the good fight and battles racism, Alyssa is actually tragically a racist herself. I know it's shocking, it's sad. It does make me upset to hear. I didn't want to see it happen. You guys know I speak out against these issues every day, okay? The amount of racism in gaming right now is just disgusting, but unfortunately Alyssa has sort of joined the racist horde there. One of her most infamous tweets is when she replied to somebody who was talking about the CEO of Sweet Baby Inc. being racist, and she had a very interesting reply where she said, "Hi, you can't be racist against white people. Thanks for tuning in." And this reply
Yes, you can be racist towards white people. Lady? Little cat. Yes, you can be racist to white people. I hate that this is still a debate.
I gained so much fucking controversy that a community note was even added somehow, saying racism isn't limited to marginalized or minority races and ethnic groups. It is simply the unfair treatment of people who belong to a different or specific race, which can in fact include white people. Because like, duh, like fucking obviously. But unfortunately, this is the kind of political brain rot that Alyssa is engaged in at this point in time. She is down the fucking, I don't even know what kind of pipeline this is, the bread tube pipeline, the Vosh pipeline. It's a bad...
Yeah, remember? Racism is only systemic. You can't be racist to white people. Screw you.
Pipeline, all right? It's a very bad pipeline to be down. You don't want to be there. You do not want to have a Vouchian perspective on things. It's bad. But Alyssa's
Yeah, but Vouch also likes horses doing nasty things with lollies. Yeah, that happened. Because he leaked it.
horrifying bigotry does not end with white people. Oh, no, okay? Her fucking bigotry and racism also extends to the great country of Japan, the home of the blade. All right, so you guys know about Assassin's Creed, I assume, okay? It's just like the Slav Empire at this point, I guess. The gaming equivalent of YouTube slop content, okay? Because they just keep pumping them out. Well, a few months ago, they announced a new Assassin's Creed game that would take place in Japan, and it would feature a samurai, but this time a black samurai. I don't even care that there's like a black guy in Japan, because it's like a fucking fictional game, so I don't think anybody should give a shit about that. It's like, you know, it's a cartoon, okay? I don't care. But I do have to say, it is a little funny that the game where you have to blend into a crowd of 99% Japanese men to assassinate your target, the game where that is the fucking goal, you're playing as a black samurai in Japan. Like, that is... Gee whiz, I wonder where the killer could have gone. Where'd he go? It really could be anyone, okay? There's a million other black people here in Japan in fucking colonial times or whatever the fuck, okay? There's so many of them. How does he blend in so well with the... You would never even see...
The core issue was something else, right? They tried to make it historically accurate, which it wasn't. That's the problem. And they got caught. Then they doubled down. Then they got caught again. Then they tried to apologize. Then they got caught again. Ubisoft, ladies and gentlemen.
See him, you never even know he's there. So yeah, apart from the claims that the historical actual individual they're using as like the main character for this game wasn't actually a samurai, obviously people are criticizing that. All of that became the least of their worries, all right? Because the Japanese community was apparently not a fan of their decision at all. Like I've never seen more real life samurai. The samurai. Okay, I've never seen more real-life samurai come out of all corners from the internet to slice and dice, all right? You will read Hagakure, and you will read it now, motherfucker. So Ubisoft, the game's developer, ended up issuing an official apology to the Japanese player base. But then Alyssa Mercante came in because she wanted to talk about this whole thing, and she tried to kind of frame this all as like a secret underground white neo-Nazi gamer cult being racist. This was never about anything other than hate, is the title of this article, and...
Interesting that it was never anything other than hate when the Japanese started looking up, to the point where Japanese comedians and even Japanese politicians looked into this. Curious how that was only hate, right? Because obviously all the Japanese people, they hate black people, of course, right? Makes sense. See, we should have not let the people from Tumblr go to Reddit, from Reddit to games journalism. How about that?
It is perhaps one of the most racist freaking articles of all time, all right? We're in for some fucking fire here. Essentially, she goes after the thousands of Japanese people who didn't like this decision by Ubisoft, and she essentially calls them all racist because they didn't want something kind of historically inaccurate and dumb to represent their culture in this video game, right? I'm very ashamed of you, Alyssa, okay? I personally cannot believe this bigotry. I think that you need to walk it back, okay? I think that you need to apologize on your hands and fucking knees to Obama. Real talk, though, I do think it is funny how desperately she's trying to frame frame the backlash as it's like only MAGA white guys that are mad at this, which, to be fair, those people do exist, okay? Those people do exist, and they are a part of this sort of oppositional side that's opposing Alyssa Mercante, right? But an overwhelming majority of the backlash seems to have been from people in Japan who are like, bro, you made us black. Alyssa's also the kind of special internet person that hates criticism so much that she'll...
It's also racist because when you fight in the game, it plays hip-hop. A music genre that did not exist in feudal Japan. Yeah. Talking about stereotyping here.
She'll threaten to sue you if you criticize her. She's very litigious, and she's gonna sue the haters, baby. She's gonna own them in the courts, okay? Facts and logic are on her side, and so is her high retainer lawyer. She's broke. But similarly to how she challenged people to fight her IRL, all of these lawsuits went nowhere, and it only served as more of a backfire and, you know, more reasoning to show how resentful she is of people who don't like her. Apparently, she also even tried to sue Kiwi Farms for doxing, which, I mean, I guess who hasn't tried suing them at this point? But the most splash that Alyssa has made in the world of worldwide web gaming has been with the CEO and developer of Ori and the Blind Forest, Thomas Mahler. Which, side note, I'm gay. Anyway, this little spat really started with someone named Ray.
You do you, bro. Okay. It was so random. But okay.
Went on Twitter defending forced DEI and talking about how actually they don't bully studios into DEI and it's all fake and whatever. If I'm not clear here, DEI is like, anytime I hear this phrasing, it's so fucking cringe, but whatever, you know, we're going with the story, all right? This is the story. I'm telling you a story. So Alyssa then tweeted out how she actually worked in the game industry, and she also implied that she had worked on one of the Ori games by including a picture of it. And that is when Thomas, the guy who made the game, steps in and basically says, I have no idea who you are, lol. Ray then responded saying she worked with Xbox User Research, keep in mind Xbox is Microsoft, which owns the Ori IP, and Thomas then responded, I don't want to cause you any trouble, I just saw you posting that you worked on Ori and I had no idea who you are. Since you're calling people names online, I thought it was important to inform people that you never actually worked for Moon Studios. And that is when our gal here, Alyssa, chimes in, and she fires back by calling him a dickhead, to which Thomas says, I don't know who you are.
Like Thanos. I don't even know who you are. Also, how is he a dickhead? He just said that she didn't work for Moon Studios. Alyssa then calls him a dickhead for pointing out a fact, and he does the Thanos. That's wild.
Alyssa then reminds him that she works for Kotaku. She's like, I work for Kotaku, the most prestigious games journalism outfit in the freaking world. Alyssa, you will never work for the New York Times. And the important thing to note here about Kotaku, specifically in this situation, is that they ran a big hit piece about Moon Studios and Mahler back in 2022. And Thomas himself, okay, Thomas, my namesake, and perhaps the GOAT. He could be the GOAT. He could not be, but he could be the GOAT. Keep that in mind. He could be. He responds with a big-ass wall of text. Frankly, it's the most I've ever seen someone get blown out on Twitter in a while. Like, usually the walls of text are just cope, but this one is like this one is kind of funny. This one is kind of based. You're apparently a journalist from Kotaku, so I'm guessing you haven't worked in actual game development yet. Let me try to explain the thing you posted about, which I'm guessing was from that hit piece from a few years back. With great talent comes lots of enthusiasm.
Bro did not forget. Bro did not forget. Bro is an elephant. Bro kept that living in his somewhere in his head. And we just waited for the day.
And passion, which absolutely leads to arguments because ultimately everyone is working hard on getting their vision into the game. But also, everyone at Moon understands that we're working together as a team. So the point of these arguments is then to try and convince each other why this or that solution would be the best thing for the game we're making. And the best solution ought to win. And yes, absolutely every now and then I have put my foot down and said the direction. Because I'm the game director and ultimately it's my responsibility to ensure that everyone knows where things are heading and that decisions get made. A few years back, we hired some folks that didn't really fit our culture, so we had to part ways with them. And then this article article happened. Wasn't a great feeling to see some ex-Moon folks talk badly behind our backs, but ultimately it just made it clear that these folks shouldn't have worked at Moon in the first place, and I hope they're happier now wherever they landed. I don't know why you're out here cursing out game developers and what your whole deal is, but I hope that gave you some insight into the creative process and its messiness and beauty. I hope you have a nice day. Yours, Dickhead. He's probably being as nice as possible here, given the circumstances, and the replies were insanely in Thomas's favor. It was like fucking, it's like the end of that rap battle video where they're like, oh, it was literally that. They even
imagine getting cooked by the game director of a very loved franchise. You just need to imagine that. That would be actually a privilege at this point. Also, look at that Alyssa Mcante Wojak.
made a fucking soy jack out of it. You know it's bad when they turn you into a soy jack.
If you're a soy jack, it's over for you. Oh my god. They drew you as a soy jack? It's done. You're over.
And unfortunately, all of this happening led to a very sad day for all of us, which is that Alyssa Mercante has actually left Kotaku. It is a very sad day. I don't know how I'm gonna make another video. You know, it is just a lot to take in. Like she left Kotaku, and that is sad.
But maybe now that Kotaku's reputation is no longer on the line, she can be even more unhinged. We get more video content out of her. I see no issue.
It is, you know, she did a great job. She was a great writer, a speaker, a thinker, a philosopher, a model. Zaddy's getting cupped right now. Okay, it's pretty. It's just not the same without her, you know. But this obviously led a lot of fans to speculate that she got fired instead of leaving because, you know, with everything going on, people were like, she'll probably get fired. Perhaps even the senior staff at Kotaku had enough of her, but that probably was not the case. Kotaku is going through mass layoffs as it is, and I think this guy Grums on Twitter, he did word it best in a tweet about her departure where he said, "I don't think Alyssa is lying about leaving Kotaku on her own. I think she read the writing on the wall and started looking for other jobs right away. When the layoffs hit, she knew she had to make an announcement, and it accelerated her plans to leave. But in the end, it doesn't matter. I can tell from traffic figures that everyone's sick of talking about Alyssa, and nobody wants to give her attention anymore. And that stings more than having to leave Kotaku. Nobody cares." Despite leaving Kotaku, I think that, you know, Alyssa will probably worm her way back into some kind of gaming journalism industry in some way. She's like a bad penny. She'll find some way to turn up again wherever it is. Even if people are mostly tired of talking about her, she seems to still have the connections and clout that she needs.
True, she can't just weasel her way into anything again, I think. Because probably that's how she got into Kotaku in the first place, right? She weasel her way into this.
Needs to get some kind of role for, you know, the retarded shit she wants to say. Alyssa, to me, is proof that, you know, if you want to be hated online, it's actually really easy. All you have to do is, like, pull the victim card all the time, but also be passive-aggressive, and sometimes as aggressive as a pit bull in a daycare when it comes to silencing any and all criticism, but then once again play the victim again to the end. It's people like her that really make me question how Kotaku is even in business in the first place, because, like, who the fuck is reading these articles? Is anybody reading Kotaku?
Same goes for IGN. That Mario and Luigi review was horrendous. You gave it a 5 out of 10, but you gave Dustsport and Concord a 7? And now you had to dial it back for Veilguard? Dragon Age the Veilguard? Yeah, I don't believe you. We don't hate game journalists enough. Just saying.
Kotaku or Polygon. Like, by the way, I lied about being a gamer. I'm not a gamer, but who gives a fuck about Polygon? Why would you ever? Why do you read in general? Just watch a YouTube video, loser. Like mine. But I'm not even joking. I think it's fair to say that basically everyone just watches YouTubers now for gaming content. Writing articles is a very dying medium, especially in the world of games. Shout out to the KF boys, by the way. I know I rarely do any shout outs, but Alyssa's thread did help massively with this video specifically. So big smooch to them. I don't think they like that much, but just the way I roll. And thanks for watching. Tom out. Bye.
What the heck? Yeah, now we know it. From failed sex worker to most hated game journalist out there. Like, it's gotta be crazy if you like fail at being, like, imagine failing at being a whore. Insane. That was a fun video. Less interesting, more weird. Okay, chat. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back, though. I'll be right back. I was muted. I've returned. Man, I hate this. Yeah. I'm still gonna watch a couple of videos, I feel like. Let me do this again. Ugh! The face! The face! Yeah, let's watch some memes, actually. Memes. Memes for men.
He just wants me for my...
Memes for men. We are men, right? The majority of us on here. We are men. Now, memes for men. By Vosk L. Let's get into it. I think this should look fine. I shouldn't block anything, I believe. But yeah, let's get into it.
He just wants me for my body. All men are the same. Also, boys. Dude, sticks. Amazing.
Yeah, remember when you find a cool stick? Remember? As a kid? Or like even as an adult, you find a cool looking stick. A stick that looks like a sword, a stick that looks like a scythe. Yeah, that's where it's at.
This onion won't make me cry. Eye contact and friend.
KJS Final Ride featuring King. Is this copyrighted? That's an important question. But true. This onion won't make me cry. Eye contact and friendly conversation doesn't mean she's into you. Gunstick as well, yeah.
Friendly conversation doesn't mean she's into you. The worst she could say is no. Her. If you were the trophy at the end of my race, I would walk backwards.
Oh my god. that could be understandable.
If the woman is always right and a man is always wrong, then if a man tells a woman that she's right, is the man right or wrong? Oh, come on.
Well, if a woman is always right, I think we found the paradox.
Andrea, give the poor guy a chance. Andrea, I'm sorry. I love you. Eat beans with me. How to reply to an ex. I miss you. I miss you too. How have you been? I miss you. Current world population. Don't worry, there are this many people left on Earth for you to manipulate.
True. True. Minnesota man buys billboard ad space to smack talk his fishing buddy. This is Troy. He sucks at fishing. Best friends going to great lengths to shit on each other.
Minnesota man buys billboard ad space to smack talk his fishing buddy. Morning. Men will understand. I'll do a burnout in your...
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I understand.
Your ex's driveway. $20. I need a boyfriend. I will literally take anyone. Yeah, am I anyone? No, sorry.
Damn.
How to eat a popsicle in a room full of men. Never babysitting again. Neighbors asked me to watch their son. This little man thinks he's Spider-Man. Some dude asked out a girl in the hallway, and she started crying and said, "Am I so ugly you thought you had a chance?"
Oh, oh, oh. Oh my. Oh, oh. Oh, yikes.
Woke up to a romantic good morning text from my husband. That's you snoring. 29 seconds. Dramatic fight between two submarines. Just started working from home. My 7-year-old is brutal. You suck at your job. Girls, why do guys never pick up our hints? The hint.
That is so true. That is so true. There are women out there who take looking at you, like, think that looking at you is a hint. Why? Looking at me is not a hint. How am I supposed to understand that? Sorry, but looking at me and smiling is not a hint. Though women don't usually look at me and smile, so you know.
Using guys for friends is just as psychologically damaging as using girls for the deed. Sounds like a literal fedora with arms wrote this, but okay.
Using guys for friends is just as psychologically damaging as using girls for things. Yeah?
Okay, after all, why not? Why shouldn't I keep it?
This is me with my beard. This is me with my beard. After all, why shouldn't I keep it? And I keep it. The shit is long as hell again.
If the entire male race could invent one thing, what would it be? This thing. Wait, boys have fake scenarios of them saving people.
Washing hands and pissing at the same time? I see no issue. I see no issue.
I bet he's thinking about bobs or something gross. Man, I'd die to save my brothers if necessary.
By the way, this is also supposed to be a mental illness if you make fake scenarios up in your head. I do that.
Guys literally want one thing, and it's disgusting what guys want. Excalibur.
The Excalibur. That's actually pretty cool. I would want that as well. I'll be real, I would love to have that.
Their ex-fertilization company. I help couples have children by getting the women pregnant if their husbands can't. Why men don't shave? Because they go from a man to...
I feel called out. I feel called out. If I shave, I look 4 to 5 years younger. It is so bad. I hate this. I absolutely hate this. I feel attacked.
looking like a young child. If you're ever feeling sad, just go for a run, because then you'll realize that your physical health is way worse than your mental health. There's a house on my street with some cool college dudes living in it. I know they're cool because they have a flag on the house that's just a picture of their house. Brain cell 1. Say have a nice day. Brain cell 2. Nah, say have a good one. Mouth. Having a nice done.
No, I wouldn't. That's true. That's true. Like you try to say something, and then it's just like jumbled up with like multiple things that you want to say at the same time. Yeah, I understand this.
My cat and I enjoy driving around town and disapproving of everyone we see. Nobody.
Understanding.
Blood cells in the morning. Wanna go to the pee-pee? Yeah, those.
Health check, guys. Health check. Health check. Just a notice here. If you don't have a boner in the morning, there's something wrong with you and you need to get that checked out. Thank you. Mental health checkup, physical health checkup. Finished.
Internet makeup tutorials are paying off. David just tried to kiss me. Is he in love with you? Bro, that girl looked at me for 1 second. Definitely in love with you, bro. League of Legends Pro suspended and fined over $6,000 for inappropriate behavior.
With a stuffed bear. Huh.
With stuffed bear on stream. Whoa. What'd you do to the bear, man? What did the bear do? At least invite me out to dinner. I don't go out with married women. Sorry. But I'm your wife. I make no exception.
Based. Saved money. I don't see how it is.
The nightstand turns itself into a bat and a shield for self-defense. Are you training this hard to impress me? No, don't worry, Grandma. I'll carry your groceries. Based.
I don't have a grandmother that I can do this with. I don't understand this one.
When the opposing team has
I guess mom would work, right?
people with this in their names, and you read off your trash team's names.
Yeah, once there's like Asian names in there, it is like Asian letters. It is so over. Especially Mario Kart. If you just jump into a lobby full with Japanese people, it is automatically over.
2 months ago, bro was posting himself dribbling on the side of the highway for the first time. Now, bro's up on billboards, in clubs, surrounded by fire. What a ride. Please get a job, bro. Yeah, that's crazy. I'm 25 and I won't do the deed until I'm married. Why can't I get a man? I like kissing and cuddling, but when I tell boyfriends I want to wait before taking things further, that's the last I see of them.
That's based! That's based!
Never do stock image modeling. Just don't do it. What does it even mean when a man says, I got a lot going on? Never let Mother Nature stand in the way of liquid refreshment. Balls don't actually hurt. It's a man-made conspiracy. Behind closed doors, amongst men, we slap them around with ping pong pedals and laugh at the ignorant. I'll soon be murdered for posting this. Someone had to.
Nobody told me these are detachable. I could just detach them? How?
Men have the deed better with emotionally unstable women. Hey, my mom took my phone away, so I'm...
Probably, because we have the I can fix her mentality. Never take the woman if you think you can fix her. Never do that.
So I'm texting this on, I guess being nice and being myself is a curse for girls. You'll find someone. It's probably the whining on Facebook and the I'm nice, so smash me attitude, actually. So this is my new couch. Let's be honest, I'm going to live and die in this thing. How to address women during grey sweatpants.
I agree. Like literally, I agree. This is the perfect couch. Oh, the square couch.
Season. My eyes are up here. I set a possum trap, but my cat Steve is an idiot. A decision was made in the grocery store this morning. The perfect security sign doesn't exist. Mess around and find out surveillance. It's a slippery slope. All I wanted was a back rub. Now I have a minivan.
How do we go from back rub to a family? Chat, if a woman listens, I want a back rub.
Okay, you walk into your work bathroom and find this. What percentage of this cupcake do you think is technically
I am not eating that. Bro will be flushed. I actually want to check if I can if it flushes.
0. Appreciate a man's effort. Sometimes you just didn't know what they had to go through just to keep you happy. When you ask for a Photoshop and it ends up like this. Mummy, I'm Cinderella.
Love it.
Of course you are, sweetie. Look, Dad, I'm the Green Ranger. No, I'm the Green Ranger. You can be the Red. Men have read it.
This is gonna be me with, like, my children. Hey, look, I'm Goku. No, I am Goku. You can be Vegeta. Or Gohan.
What's the biggest red flag when a girl tells you, I'm a princess? That. Yeah, feels like...
That's a red flag. That is a red... I agree, that is a red flag. They say I'm a princess, and then they're like the town bicycle. Yeah, usually that's the case.
He answered his own question. It sounds like a lot of fun. Looking for someone to take couples therapy and see how long it takes for the therapist to notice we don't know each other. Dad, I don't want to throw bricks at this homeless man. He did nothing to us. The last drop is mine. I found this group of boys playing CSGO on the mountains.
That's based. That's based. I love that.
I don't know how he has so many friends. I swear, he knows everyone we see. How quickly guys become friends. Hundreds gathered in New York City to watch a masked man eat a gigantic jar of cheese balls. Nature is healing.
Yeah, watching like it's a baseball match. That's wild. Or a football match. Or a soccer match. If you want to call it soccer.
An elevated highway in India, built to allow wild animals to peacefully pass underneath it. It's so good until that tiger learns that food passes peacefully above. You wanna hear me pee? No.
Let me clean my eyes. Let me rub my eyes. Is this fucking Mora? Wait a minute. I need to check something on Twitter. It is Mora! What the heck? How did you get in here?
Minutes! Emergency broadcast system. All crime is legal for 12 hours. Me, pours milk before cereal. Does your dog bite? No, but it can hurt you in other ways. Just because she was nice to you doesn't mean she wants to date you.
True and real. That the story of my life. At least the past 3 years or something.
Properties of dating women. Choose 2. Sane, single, attractive. Sane and...
Properties of dating a woman.
Single. Actually,
yeah, sane and single. Cause like I said, rather smoking faithful than smoking hot. So yeah, we're taking sane and single. That weeds out most women. Actually, that the attractive ones I don't need.
I don't know. You okay, babe? Her. Yes. Yesterday I just thought it was funny when girls, when there's only one pizza slice left. I'm not hungry anymore. You can take it. No, you're my best friend. It's yours. Boys, spit it out. No, this
is me, my little brother. This is mine.
is probably fine. Biologist says the sun may be conscious. Not to exaggerate, but this would be the scariest thing imaginable. How I think I look at girls versus how I actually look at girls. A Texas man has been arrested for allegedly attacking a retail employee with a Pop-Tart.
It is so dumb when I catch myself looking at an attractive woman. It is so annoying. Or not just like an attractive woman, but like, I don't know. It's just weird.
Should be a law where if a crime is funny enough, they should let you go. Nice modded pistol, kid. I'm hacking your account. Gonna find out your address and... Whoa. I love my wife. It's weird thinking about...
You know, those spam emails you get? Where like... They tell you that they caught you watching porn, and then they're gonna send the video of you watching it to everybody, but they actually don't, and they want the fucking Bitcoin. Funny enough, not only men get that, but women get that as well. It's really funny.
In probably 100 to 200 years, there will be AI girlfriends, like real-life AI girlfriends. Asked a friend to hang out, and he said he was in the middle of getting revenge, and he would be busy with that for next week. The law. I told my crush that she had a cute voice, and she responded with,
I was the revenge guy, but it didn't take me a week. It took me about a year.
Till you hear me moan. Oh boy, what do I do? Having 12 kids from 3 different men.
Is it possible to learn this power?
For the child support, only to get $17 a week. Haven't talked to Bra since 2019. Been a min, bro. Hope you straight. I'm hitting you up to see if you could help me out with like $5 or $10. What would happen if Dom killed John Wick's dog, and John Wick killed Dom's family? Somehow The Rock will still get involved. Drunk pals floating on inflatable mattress are rescued 2 miles out to sea, but only panicked when they ran out of beer. In the movie Inception, Leo had a wife the same age as him, proving the entire thing was a dream. Whoever you are, however drunk you were, be proud. Shout out to the adult on the porch who just watched this entire scenario unfold and just sat there. My new work email signature. Be advised, lack of planning on your part does not constitute an emergency on my part.
True. 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 I agree. If you fuck up, it's not my issue problem to fix it.
Just everything about this. What's your opinion on frogs? I'd say I'm pro frog. What are you doing? Wanna come over? After years of
Remember the song that turned the freaking frog is gay? Yeah.
Mario Kart, I can't help but be a little disappointed when I drive over these and they don't make me go faster. 3 years ago, my dad asked my mum for chapstick and she handed him lipstick. He didn't know for about 20 minutes and was so touched that I suddenly wanted so many father-daughter pictures. How it feels
The lipstick.
sitting there quietly watching the credits roll after having just completed a game that changes your life. God of War 2.
Xenoblade Chronicles.
Oh, Ragnarok. Some of you women are crazy as hell and into some nasty stuff. Where is your dignity, your self-respect, your number? What's your address? You free tonight? Now she knows how I feel when she is shopping for clothes. The wife said, here's $20, get the dog a jacket. If there's any money left over, get yourself a beer. How do you guys take a piss? Through the gate or over the fence? Who goes through the gate? You're weird, don't go through.
Never. We go over the fence, never through the gate. Never. Who does that? Who?
Through the gate, guys, come on. When you're older with your brothers, you don't grow up, you just get older. Airbnb.
Bro, you still streaming? This is my normal streaming time. What the heck are you talking about? Croc Rock? Also, hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good.
He has a real-life version of the house from Up to let customers stay in. The house can also float in the air with a crane. That looks like a dare, not a vacation. Why do women only date meanies? They should date me instead, the nice guy who's angry at all women because of a thing I made up in my head.
He like me for real, for real. No, I'm not mad at women. It's all my fault.
Life hack. If a girl rejects you, just call her stupid, ugly, dumb thingy. That way she knows what a great guy she's missing out on. I paid for this ad so you could watch me wiggle a bowl of gelatin. There's 6 guys walking around Brighton with their own picnic tables and just plonking it down outside pubs. Good men do exist, we're just ugly. Oh honey, no, don't go down that rabbit hole. We don't have a budget for fedoras and knockoff katanas.
True and real. What about my tears? Leave my tears alone. When it's 12-hour stream, when I reach 1K.
Some nutter came in and ordered a burger with every protein we offer. He ate the whole thing, and the fries. Customer concern of a whistling noise in motion. I'm no tech, but it could very well be your friend that zip-tied a harmonica next to the underside of your truck, bro.
That is heckin' creative. That is so creative. Love that. That is funny as hell. Yeah.
Bro, my wife and I have different approaches to home ownership. I just saw a guy get hit in the face by our tree. Lol, what an idiot. Well, no, you gotta trim the branches. Okay, Florida man arrested for throwing Slurpees at 7-Eleven cashier after he tried to pay with counterfeit $13 bill.
Give you what? Also, imagine somebody throwing a Slurpee at you. Like this is some John Somali energy.
The cashier's POV. Father who shot down drone hovering over his house as his daughter's sunbathed is arrested and charged. Sparking new... Bro, how is he arrested for this? What? You'll never be bioluminescent. Okay, this one hurt.
But I wanna be bioluminescent. I wonder if I could get like a proper Life 2D slime model. Where I could like have like a bioluminescent toggle where like the screen goes dark. Interesting. Only guys will understand. Yeah, I do. I do. This is the PP beam. Anime guy dies after trying to stream for 12 hours. I did 10 before. 12 hours does not seem that long. I did 10 before.
Only guys will understand. It took me 2 seconds to understand it, but yeah, I get it. I'll just say it's something to do with your stream. What do men actually want? For their favorite sports team to win a championship? My 18-year-old son left home with our authorization to get an apartment and now refuses to pay his daily parenting fees that he has been paying since he was 13 years old. How would I go about suing him? We can fight.
Damn. Get his arm, I guess.
It out or freak it out. Your choice, Pookie. I'm good at both. The reason why Aang's tattoos glow in the avatar state is because it looks cool as hell. So I got this off Goo. I mean, I'm almost done making my very own Spider-Man suit. I think a lot about how my
Spider-Man? Bitch, this is Iron Man. Bro can't read. Bro is a Dragon Ball fan.
I'm almost done making my very own Spider-Man suit. I think a lot about how my grandpa was the sole provider for his wife and 4 kids. He built a 4-bedroom house with a vegetable garden on a hill in the suburbs, put his kids through college, took family vacations every year, and retired at 62. And he was a mailman.
Yeah, because back then, it wasn't that expensive. Living wasn't expensive. Also, is it weird that we're the only species on the planet that have to pay money to survive? Isn't it weird? The monkeys probably think we're dumb. We're stupid monkeys. 24 hours? Never. Never.
Men really live like this and see no problem. Lurk's maxing tip for 8.
My sleeping schedule is already in the trenches. Oh, wait, though. We are already at over 24 hours. Technically, I could do that. Yeah. Because I woke up yesterday at 6 a.m. and I haven't slept since then.
Asymmetrical kings. Sunglasses. Almost a life hack. Here's me before and after. Almost unfair how good I look. You look the same. Every guy's first crush.
I cannot deny this. The Pink Ranger. I cannot deny this. I would have that crush as well. Ever watched Power Rangers back then? The hell are you talking about? I don't pay to live, mate. I don't live to pay to live. My what? I can't read. I can't read. I don't. The hell are you talking about? I don't pay to live my life. I'm an animal. Why are you putting a 6 in there? That threw me off. But yeah, you're an animal. You only need Pokemon food and a ball to sleep in. Yo, Kuzik, hi, how you doing?
I don't even know who this is. Apparently as a kid I was obsessed with Ariel. Like, obsessed. Get you a man who can do both. Very, very dapper. You know you're getting old when your belt has crept up above your belly button.
Slim Luke? Fat old Luke. Okay.
The reason Gen X has bad backs is because we had 50 pounds of books in this puppy, slung over one shoulder.
Yeah. I also had that there as a zoomer. My backpack was heavy as hell. Heavy as hell.
Does your diaper need changed? Toddler. No, also toddler. Casey fan eating a baked potato out her pocket. I caught you taking my photo as well, but I enjoyed a baked potato and a win. How about you? Just checking in. You and I used to have some wild Friday nights back in the day. I put down new flooring in my kitchen and left a message for whoever pulls it up in the future. We've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty. This kid on my street had a Jurassic Park themed birthday party, and honestly, I'm annoyed I wasn't invited.
That looks funny as hell. I'm red cups at Pizza Hut years old. What?
I'm Red Cups at Pizza Hut years old. How old are you? I joined just to say I don't like Miatas. My ex-wife's new husband has one. I ride Harley Davidsons. Jack. Boss. I need you to put these coupon stickers up on the pick-me-up boxes. Employee. Do you care where we place those stickers? Yeah, on the box. Don't make me repeat myself.
Let's Google. Okay, I'm eating pizza right now. That's criminal. I'm hungry. The fuck me ups. You ever wanted to eat some fuck me ups? That is crazy. That is crazy.
Idiots. I really hope this is my life at 80. Just me, my soulmate, and a big pizza. I think my neighbor had Taco Bell last night. Who on earth is keeping
Also, why does that go through your room? What do you mean? Why does that go through your room?
salt and vinegar chips? Me. They're good. Without music.
Salt and vinegar. Salt, okay, right? Okay, fine. Fine. But vinegar? That's disgusting. Without music, with music, true.
Music versus with music. How I'm pulling up on her on Valentine's Day. Pizza butt. I can't unsee Captain Tiny Arm and his baby sidekick, Mega Hand.
That looks good. That looks so funny. That looks funny. That is funny. I like that. I like that a lot. Hey, tip for you, maybe you should eat some damn food. Nah. I'm trying to lose weight again. I can't.
Hello, would you like help with our products? I'm a real person. If you are real, type PP. PP, lol. Nice. The sacrifices we make as fathers will always go unnoticed. What's an insult you'll never forget? At the beginning of my weight loss journey, I told my friends that I had lost 20 pounds, and one of them sent me this picture. Chris Paul hits a huge 3 to cut down the lead to 42. You ever look at a shade of green and think, yes?
What? I don't understand. Huh?
Show me someone who fumbled. Nothing will ever come close to Will Smith fumbling Margot Robbie.
Yeah, true. Imagine living with Jada Smith. Couldn't be me.
More women may be psychopaths than previously thought, says expert. My mum has to stay in her room in isolation for her cancer radiation, so my dad set up a desk at her door to keep her company, and I'm crying.
Aww. That's cute. The hell you mean you look same on every street in damn stream? It's the man behind the model. The man behind the model is got a bit too fat in his bulk. That can't go on like this.
Decided to build a wall in front of our house for the first time, and my girlfriend says I should have just hired a crew. I thought the boys would appreciate it. I thought you did a good job. I know, right? My male friends are the same too. They never.
This sounds like a some wall in like Medal of Honor. I'll be real, like a war wall.
Down for smashing, always just want to play Xbox and watch films. A woman's idea of let's just be friends is, hey, listen to all of my problems and keep me company while I do the deed with someone else. When you've named every restaurant in a 40-mile radius and she still doesn't know what she wants to eat. The preserved body of Balto, the sled dog that made the final 53-mile stretch through an Alaskan blizzard to deliver life-saving medicine to children. Nah, this is kinda hard. Imagine being a hero and they put you in a museum. Not a figure, not a statue, bro, you.
I want my actual me to be put into a museum. I wouldn't have any issue with that. Let's do it.
Dad 5 years ago. No dogs. My dad now. Kimba. Heartache for World War II hero. 106 after thieves steal his medals. Thieves stole 6 medals awarded to him in the Second World War and 3 given to his father in the First World War. I left halfway through because I couldn't stand the smell. Yu-Gi-Oh player quit a tournament because they
Wait a minute. Are you telling me to actually look like you deleted it? Coward. A cowardly crocodile. Who would have thought? I left halfway through because I couldn't stand the smell. Yu-Gi-Oh player quit a tournament because they said the opponent smelled bad.
say opponents smelled bad. Unfortunate sign outage. Duncan D nuts. Wait, like the guy from One Piece? No way. I spent all day at the beach making these sand sculptures. My girlfriend said I wasted my time. I thought the boys would appreciate it.
That's good though. That's really good. Got Patrick, Squidward, SpongeBob. I don't see no issue. Lainey, little cat. I'm watching you.
What's the most successful lie in history? I grew up believing that Kane and The Undertaker were brothers. The Rock and Ryan Reynolds reportedly went through a huge fight because The Rock would constantly be over 5 hours late on the set of Red Notice. Hi, hello. Stop texting me. Shut up, woman. You're probably texting some rude guy with the IQ of 6. Stop texting me.
You're just mad because I would actually treat you right. You lost your chance.
I might just die of secondhand embarrassment. That was cringe.
Today, I wish to salute bold men who shave their heads. You are the bravest men I know, for you have truly looked the devil in the eyes and said, I may be losing the war, but I am still the author of my own destiny. Hey, I saw you on Tinder but we didn't match, so I found your Instagram. You're so beautiful you don't need to wear... What the... It's just...
Wait, what's your snap? I hate that. Fuck you. I hate Snapchat. What do you mean that was YouTube that deleted my comment? Sure, it was YouTube. They are crocodile phobic. They don't like comments of crocodiles.
Just sad that guys are like this. I'm a gamer with a short temper. Don't annoy me. Mads Mikkelsen.
Is that the boy that grew up who said like I got an anime on my side and screamed?
Will ash his cigarette anywhere on your body? $10,000. Me, when I realized I overreacted and was being a drama queen. But it's too late now, so I gotta stand my ground. I hope when we die in each other's arms, archaeologists don't assume we were best.
If I make a point, I will die with it. I will not go back, even if I'm wrong. I don't care.
Friends, but rather accidentally put our bones together wrong as a messed up hoax animal that baffles and terrifies the public for decades to come. My co-workers are talking about racial politics. Guess I'll join in. I got fired. When you play zombies with her for the first time, and she tells you to leave the last crawler alive so she can pack a punch. Me, trying to get out of bed every morning. It's time for a physical challenge. Any 90s kids will know this is the good... Okay, I'm not 90s, I'm too... Yeah, guess I don't know. I thought I was giving my 13-year-old son a valuable lesson in expensive consequences of bad design letting him print his ideas for please don't touch the wildlife. Instead, after 222 sales and enough money to buy his first car, I only gave him the lesson that the internet is a slur. This is a big no-no around here.
Hey dear, look at that. You see that? But anyways, what was I trying to say was, are you telling me you don't actually look like your avatar? What? And you are not actually a crocodile? Who would... Nah, that can't be. But yeah, dear, this is it. This is it. I will be posting that in the Discord. In the meme section. You will not escape from me this time, little bro.
Yeah. This alone makes me want to play Helldivers. Helldivers 2 devs refuse to turn off friendly fire because it's funny. Ladies, a guy you've been dating asks you to come over for a candlelight dinner. Hard to swallow pills.
I don't see no issue. No, that would be crazy if I was just role-playing as a Krakok. That'd be insane, right? Conspiracy theory. Take out your tinfoil head and put it on your hat and put it on your head.
Girls actually love nice guys, but you probably weren't as nice of a guy as you think you are.
I'm gonna tell Miss D-Luke. I'm gonna tell Miss D-Luke. There is no Miss D-Luke, so yeah, you can tell.
The girls in here commenting
You can tell to a ghost.
about the boys not being nice are just girls who sleep around that just keep guys in the friend zone and smash idiot guys. Imagine being the exact type of person this post was aimed at. Fortunately, I am not. Single adult, $94,000. Salary needed to live comfortably. Single adult, $94,000. National average, 93. 2 working adults and 2 children, 209. This explains our general
God damn, that's expensive.
lack of comfort. I emailed you 3 days ago, messaged this morning. Friday afternoon at 4:47, this person emailed me. They followed up at 8:15 this morning. 28 minutes. They emailed me 28 working minutes ago. Bye. Hunting cabin for sale. Need gone as soon as possible. I'm selling it because it was purchased without proper consent of loving wife. Apparently, do whatever the hell you want. Doesn't mean what I thought. Justin Bieber is the... Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a shame looking back that Justin Bieber was hated
Yeah. That's kind of also weird. More that includes killers. That is so weird.
so much, especially after what's coming out now, with all the stuff we know. 5-year-old lonely widower puts up heart-wrenching poster asking for friends after suddenly losing his wife.
Aww. Aww. I got one up on him. I can't lose a wife because I can't have one.
I have lost Joe, my lovely wife and soulmate. I have no friends or family, no one to talk to. The unremitting silence, 24 hours a day, unbearable torture. Can no one help me? Man whose wife was lost in Japan's 2011 tsunami still goes diving every week in the hopes of finding her body.
Aww. Aww. It was a funny video, but aww. That's sad. But yeah, that was a funny video. I'm gonna jump into one last video for the day, I think. And it's gonna be a Yeah, I'm gonna jump into the last Ref Says There's a video. Why not? We're talking about Asmongold, that's wild. Regarding the Asmongold situation by Ref Says Desu. I'm curious what this is specifically about. Except, like, his apology.
Hey, what's up, guys? Ref here. So it's been a very chaotic couple of weeks in the streaming world, especially on Twitch. Ever since the 2-week ban of Asmongold, Twitch has essentially opened Pandora's box. In their attempt to quell the outrage from people on social media who are upset about Asmongold's comments about Israel and Palestine, they created a new precedent for the website. Basically, if you say certain comments about sensitive and political...
Yeah, we already know this. They got absolutely nuked for this. Like, genuinely, absolutely nuked, violated. Because they're not able to run ads.
Issues, you could receive a 2-week ban, or even worse. Now, that standard is being used against other streamers on the platform where people are saying, hey, Twitch, why is this person spreading extreme beliefs not getting the same ban that someone like Asmongold got for his comments? Now, it's been a very rocky couple of weeks for Twitch, who's been doing their best to sort of do damage control. Unfortunately, Dan Clancy, the CEO of Twitch, is not doing a very good job. As you can see, he took a break.
Yeah, Dan Clancy's not doing a good job because, first of all, he's okay with this, just like the rest of Twitch. Yeah, I think he also spends his time jerking off, so there is that.
from scrolling through the hot tubs and pools section to make this.
There it is. There it is. I said it before, and Res said it as well. There it is. The Coomer CEO. I think the C in CEO stands for Coomer, I assume.
Tweet where unfortunately he kept the template in here saying tweet copy before talking about the harassment that they don't tolerate on their platform, which is obviously a very bad look. Now, another thing has come out recently. This is a little bit of a clip from apparently the global policy and customer support head at Twitch. And when you hear what he has to say about the United States, it all starts to make sense why certain views are being allowed and certain views are being punished.
Of course. America is racist. Sure. America is racist. I actually wonder, will they ever get like a new topic to talk about? Except like racism, sexism, whatever. Bigotry. Or just like one new talking point. Just one new buzzword. 2025 is coming. Let's go.
Like the saying goes, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. 2016 was not a fluke. Donald Trump is the most American president we ever had, and he reflects who America really is. America is a racist country. America is a country that will prioritize a white candidate who is riddled with controversy and inadequacy and racism and bigotry over a highly qualified woman.
Why are they all using the same wording? It's always a highly qualified woman. Not just like here, right? I've seen German clips saying that she's highly qualified. The same exact wording, word for word, translated from English to German. Yeah. Also, what is highly qualified? She didn't qualify for this, first of all. People didn't decide for her that she should do it, really. They just switched out Biden after realizing Biden cannot keep up with anymore.
Over a highly qualified person of color.
So yeah, like I said, it's not too surprising we have the standards.
Also, why are also always the talking points? Woman, not white. If this qualifies you for a high leading position, then we're all doomed. Because then, we are truly racists.
That we do with Twitch when someone in a position like this thinks an entire country is racist. But anyways, Asmongold has taken upon himself a few days ago to basically go out there on a quest to expose Twitch's hypocrisy. Now, everyone knows Twitch is very hypocritical when it comes to the application.
Bro did not let that slide. The Roach King is on a mission to make the Thought Kingdom fall. We love to see it.
Of their rules. It's always been that way. The classic example is comparing the treatment of VTubers who might get a month-long ban if they show a millimeter of their hip versus cam girls who pretty much get away with anything. But there's something...
I agree, but there needs to be a bit more nuance, right? For example, Megalodon, like we watched early in the stream, she deserved the ban. She did. That's on her. And there's some other VTubers who, that's on them.
Even more insidious here and a lot more serious. What Asmongold is talking about with exposing Twitch for their bias moderation, he's speaking to extreme content and things that are just absolutely mind-boggling that Twitch would ever have any patience for the sort of stuff existing on their platform.
Because they support the extreme position of people like Hassan and Frogan and all. Before you end this video, I want to try something with you. Okay.
Now here is a video from his clip channel. It pretty much sums up everything that you need to know for the context of why he's doing this. Let's start off here.
This guy's central committee got banned 3 or 4 days ago because, in plain English, put out a hit on Destiny.
Holy shit, guys. If you live in Florida, I have an opportunity for you. If you want to earn $100,000, let me know.
If Twitch...
Yeah, that's insane, by the way.
Did bro just put out a that's insane. That's wild. Bro's on the hit list.
Felony, what he just did there. And what's even more insane is that's not even like the first time this week we've talked about people putting a bounty on a streamer's head. Like, you know, say what you want about Destiny. I'm certainly not a Destiny fan, but that doesn't warrant or give you the ability to put a monetary bounty.
Okay, so we got Chomp, Destiny, Grums. I think Asmongold already got one before. Yeah, there's a couple of people that have a bounty on their head.
Bounty on someone's head. That's insane. And as he points out here, look at this.
Banned him. That means that Twitch knows that something happened that was wrong. And they are...
3 days. He got a 3-day ban for essentially...
Wait. So for committing a felony, he got a 3-day ban. This is even worse than a chick getting her back blown out on stream. Interesting.
Actually committing a felony live on their platform. 3 days versus someone like Asmongold, who got a 2-week ban. And then, again, if you want to go further and talk about things like with VTubers, where they show too much of their hip, they get a month-long suspension, but this guy gets...
Ladies, don't show your hips.
3 days? That's insane.
Are also acknowledging that for putting a hit out on another real person on a live stream with a $100,000 incentive, that only gets you a 3-day ban. This is...
Which is honestly an improvement. Like I was mentioning a few seconds ago, we talked about the whole Denim's TV situation where I reported a couple days ago that Asmongold was contacted by the FBI because of her comments about how she was putting a bounty on other people's heads over Stellar Blade drama.
Fucking Asmongold got caught by the FBI? That's interesting.
And Asmongold would not pursue any charges because at the time he mistakenly thought her comments were about him, but in reality they were about Mark Kern. And honestly, back then she got no suspension, so the fact that they even gave anything for this is improvement, I guess.
Insane. This is crazy. Mike from PA threatens to DMCA Asmongold, source LSF.
If you watch any of my content, you don't have a license, I will DMCA you. I don't give you any consent to review my content. I don't...
Yeah, that's not how it works, buddy. Like, it's the same, like, you got a license for that type energy, but his editor would go through and basically start going through the streams here, but yeah, if you want to go with that standard about having a license...
Hey, you got a license for that? Hey, you got a license for that?
Hey, you got a license for that?
Hey, you got a license for that?
I went and I said that
Wasn't that Charlie Kirk?
If this guy doesn't get banned for 2 weeks, I'm going to bring Dan Saltman. All of the information that's going to come out has not come out. Some of the most damaging information has not come out yet.
And by the way, if you're wondering who he's referring to this Dan right here, who has been on Twitch's ass for a very long time. If you scroll through his account, you'll find tons of examples of crazy stuff going on Twitch that has gone completely unpunished. But yeah, he's saying here that he wants to go out and...
Bro, somebody's investigating Twitch and what Twitch is doing. That's interesting. Very interesting. I didn't know that. That's new information.
Expose Twitch even more and basically push their buttons to the point where they either have to ban him and look like giant hypocrites, or they just take the L, which either way, Twitch is going to suffer from whatever he plans to do next.
So what would you do if they auto ban you the moment you bring them on? Well, if I'm trying to hold the platform accountable for allowing people that openly commit felonies and use the platform as a vehicle to commit felonies, and I get banned for that, honestly, rip bozo. If this is an extremist website that is meant to house extremist propaganda and crimes, etc., then I think everybody should be aware of that.
And I think that's a very fair thing to do. I think it's actually quite admirable that he'll risk his account. I mean, we know at this point, right? He streams on his Zach Rar account. It's technically his alt account.
This account costs Twitch $8,000. I don't know if it's monthly or if it's daily. But this account costs Twitch $8,000 because he does not run ads on there. Now it doesn't really matter because you don't make any money with ads now anyways. And they're even they're also refusing payouts. That's what I've heard from some VTuber colleagues, but that's besides the point.
On Twitch. And based on everything that's happened the last couple of weeks, a lot of people just kind of sit here and think to themselves, like, why is he even on Twitch anymore? Like, I think he's willing to take the risk. And also, like, Twitch, a lot of people are wondering why they even allow him on the platform anyways, because this channel is not partnered. He doesn't have a sub button. And apparently, according to some people, it costs nearly $3 million for the platform to host him, and they make no money on it.
Yearly? God damn. $3 million. Well, Rebozo, I guess. $3 million is wild.
On it, except for, you know, less direct means like the traffic he brings to the site, which that might be worth the investment. But overall, I think him moving to another platform would probably make a lot of sense, especially if it was YouTube, for example. It just makes sense with his main and alt channel on there that already get a lot of attention. But anyways, that's the whole deal with Asmongold.
Yeah, I mean, if he goes over to YouTube, I mean, there shouldn't be any issues, right? I rarely hear people getting banned from YouTube. The only people that get nuked usually are clippers, but that's a special case. They need to work on that, definitely.
His next little quest to try to prove some of the hypocrisy, and we'll see how that goes in the coming days. But some people weren't too happy about that whole quest, and one of those people was Hassan Piker. Now, for context,
first we will try not to cry challenge at the end to see how strong you are. What the heck are you talking about?
Talking about this streamer who had their stream demonetized because he put Iran as one of the tags in his stream. And that's some sort of geo-locking nonsense where they're trying to basically prevent some content from certain regions. But you can see he blames Asmongold for this, and also for an upcoming adpocalypse that apparently is also his fault.
The apocalypse has happened. Ad revenue is down to 80 or 95% for some people. It is over for Twitch when it comes to ads.
I just want you to understand, by the way, when Asmongold is making threats like this is the result, okay? When you partner up with cynical fucking assholes who just simply want to see the fucking world burn, and they force platforms who are terrified of offending anyone, okay? Even if their purpose is utterly and so clearly to troll, okay?
I'll spare you. He goes in circles for another 30 seconds. But yeah, he's totally right. Yeah, this streamer getting their stream demonetized, definitely Asmongold's fault. He pulled the plugs there. It's definitely directly his fault and exactly what he wanted. It's a load of crap, dude. Like,
Asmongold didn't want this. The reason why this happens is because Twitch is hypocritical and allows people like Hassan to even be on the platform. Should Asmongold get banned for what he said? Yeah. Should Frogan, Hassan's entire Smurf village be banned as well? Yep. Yep. Absolutely. And now you get now, because of your extremist bullshit, everyone gets it. That's just how it is.
Honestly, what happened with that situation has nothing to do with him. And like I said, this opened a Pandora's box. This is the new reality we're living in with a new standard where someone like Asmongold got a 2-week ban for his comments about sensitive issues. Now that standard is being used across the platform, and yes, Twitch is scared because they don't have the balls to ban any of the people who are violating their own rules, and they've been doing this for a long time. And honestly, a lot of people are looking at Hassan Piker and wondering, how is this dude still not getting punished for anything he's doing? After all, he's doing a lot of virtue signaling recently that's brought even more attention to some of his own actions, where he's talking about this situation, saying that there's unrestricted anti-Semitism, and he's trying to virtue signal.
You're the anti-Semite! Your Twitch is anti-Semite! You made a fucking ethnicity tier list. With your little Smurf village. Retard.
About that. Meanwhile, there's compilations of him saying disparaging things about Jews in the form of a 3-minute long video from that previous Dan account we talked about earlier. On top of that, he's the one who played Houthi terrorist propaganda live on stream with absolutely no regard. On top of that, he's the one who platformed a Houthi terrorist. It's an organization who has an official motto that includes the phrase "curse upon the Jews." But hey, at least he loves One Piece. Yeah, this whole thing is ridiculous. And if you're talking about an adpocalypse, my brother in Christ, it's you. You're the one who's going to bring an adpocalypse to Twitch. We have people from the actual government. We have a Congress.
Yeah. If the government is in, it is over. It is over. Quite literally, it is so over. Yeah. But that is it. That's it. That's pretty much how it is currently. And I'm curious how this is gonna evolve. Because Twitch doesn't make money originally anyway, so now they're making even less money. I wonder if Amazon is gonna drop them. I really do. I wonder if Amazon is gonna drop them. If Amazon drops them, this website is frankly dead. Well, all the YouTube streamers, all the Twitch streamers, you're welcome on YouTube. I'll finally be not the only VTuber only streams on YouTube. Finally.
Congressman Richie Torres coming forward and saying that Twitch and Hassan Piker are amplifying anti-Semitism on the platform, but then this guy comes around and virtue signals about it. And these are the type of clips that people like Richie Torres are talking about, right? These insane clips that have been so normalized.
Is bro wearing an eye patch? What are you, the governor from The Walking Dead? Interesting.
On platforms like Twitch that I guess we're kind of like complacent. We just think these things are normal. But this is the main clip he was sharing in some of his posts about Hassan Piker.
This is so insane. America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it.
We're there to partner with them. We're not there doing our own thing. We're there partnering and training
in a video
and
game.
Equipping and enhancing.
Yeah, in a video game, dude. Basically, comments like that, I think these things have been normalized on Twitch, and people hear outrageous, crazy things all the time. But
yeah, they were normalized on Twitch. They were originally also normalized on Twitter before Musk took over. And they're pretty normalized on Blue Sky. Man. But there you heard it.
Clips like this to a normal, average person who's not too familiar with streaming platforms like Twitch and not too ingrained in all these cultures, they'd be shocked. They'd be like, what is this dude saying? And you can say that about this clip or any of the other clips that we were just briefly looking at. It's insane. And it's the fact that this stuff is tolerated is crazy. And this is what's going to lead to an adpocalypse. If you're talking about that, it's not because of Asmongold. It's because of extreme content like this being normalized and promoted on the platform. But overall, I think what Asmongold is doing is a good thing, and I think it's something that he's willing to take a risk he's willing to take, because at this point I don't really know what else is there for him on Twitch at this point, and he's ready to move on to another platform if this results in his ban, and I definitely don't blame him. But for now, that's going to do it for this video. I hope you guys enjoyed as
usual. My view is very simple. The apocalypse is already ongoing. Like I said, ad revenues in the trenches. I wonder if that will result in Amazon dropping Twitch. If Amazon does drop Twitch, Twitch will go bankrupt. The same day Twitch will go bankrupt, because they're not making money anyways already. They're just backed by Amazon, and that's it. Jeff Bezos, do it now. Of course, that's sad for all the streamers. Very sad if the ship does sink. I don't know. It's just like it is difficult, right? Because the platform kind of killed itself because they refuse to ban people. And they probably will continue to refuse to ban people. I don't know. We'll see how this will evolve. We'll see how this develops. I can't tell. I hope that they can change course of action. I don't think they will, though. Yeah. Let me do this real quick. I need to turn down the audio real quick. And then I will end stream here. Oh, my model froze. Why are you freezing? Why are you freezing again? I hate it here. I hate this room. I would love to have some lighting in here where like just better lighting would work. But yeah, that'll be it for today. What do you mean, You can... What are you trying to do? Dear, what is your plan, mortal? Let me drink something real quick. What do you want, dear? Speak. Speak, mortal. You will not see me cry. Never. Ever. Come on, no. No, dear, you will not see me cry. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, and we're gonna do the reaction stream tomorrow on Monday. It's gonna be very interesting. We're gonna stream Pokemon Blaze Black 2 as usual, but we're also gonna stream the game that was provided by a viewer. I'm really curious on how it's gonna be. Already downloaded. I have not started anything for it. React to this then. What should I react to? Come on, dear. Come on, speak, so I know what you want, bro. What do you want? Try not to cry challenge. I'm not gonna watch anything anymore. I'm not gonna react to anything anymore. I'm gonna end stream. I'm not gonna watch that. No, I refuse. Yeah. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye bye. Take care. And yeah, love you guys. See you tomorrow or not, depending.